So good morning. We'll call this meeting of our TRPA Governing Board to order. The date is Wednesday, April 21st, 2024, and it is 10:33 a.m. The first item on the agenda is the roll call to determine quorum. Maria, will you call the roll?
Miss Alding,
Here.
Miss Bowman,
Here.
Mr. Bass,
Here.
Miss Conrad Seda,
Here.
Miss Dis,
Here.
Miss Faustinos, Miss Gustafson,
Here.
Miss Hayes,
Here.
Miss Hill,
Here.
Mr. Henigman, Miss Lane, Miss Loomer,
Here.
Miss Hales,
Here.
Mr. Settlemeyer,
Here.
Miss Williamson, and circling back for Miss Faustinos.
Here.
Right, Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
And we can circle back, Mr. Hunt, and make just. Great, thank you. And I'd like to welcome Douglas County Commissioner Charla Hale sitting in for Wes today. Thank you for joining us today and welcome. Then we'll go over the remote and in-person meeting rules for the day. For the members of the public who are joining us remotely, to observe the meeting, go to trpa.gov and under the calendar header, click on Governing Board Hybrid Meeting for April 24th, 2024. There you will find a link to the public webinar hosted on Zoom. To address board members directly with your comments, raise your hand in Zoom by clicking Raise Hand at the bottom of your screen at the appropriate agenda item. With your hand raised, you will be unmuted by TRPA staff and have 3 minutes to address the board. If you have used the dial-in numbers to join us by telephone, you can dial *9 to raise your hand and be unmuted. For items that are agendized as information only, we will hear public comment during the general public comment period at the end of the meeting. And for items agendized for action or possible action, we will hear public comment before the board takes any action. To remote board members, if you wish to speak, please also raise your hand in Zoom. You will find the hand icon on the bottom of your screen. Remote board members may not use the chat box to make any comments or to have sidebar conversations. Please remember, everyone, to mute your mic unless speaking to cut down on background noise. And finally, I would like to ask that all remote members turn on their cameras if they are able. Members of the public who have joined us in person, please use the sign-in sheets at the back of the room to indicate which item you're intending to comment on. And at the appropriate time for public comment on the agenda item, we will ask you to line up at the podium to speak. Board members who are in person, please raise your hand if you wish to comment and speak clearly into the microphone in front of you. If you are viewing the webinar on a personal computer, please ensure that your microphone and speakers are turned off to prevent audio feedback into the room. Those are all the rules. We'll remind you again as we go through the day. We remind you, we tell you, we remind you again and again throughout the day. So in case you forget. Now we'll go to the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'd ask Mr. Bass, will you lead us? To the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Item 3 on our agenda is the approval of the agenda. Are there any staff changes?
Madam Chair, there are no changes. I will note that the Regional Planning Committee will begin at the conclusion of the general board meeting and not before 3 p.m. Thank you.
Okay. So we'll deem the agenda approved as posted for the record, and we'll move on to item number 4 on our agenda. This is approval of the minutes. We have a draft set of minutes from the March 27th, 2024 meeting on page 29 of our packets. Does any member of the board wish to make a change? No?
No, staff did a stellar job.
So Madam Chair, I move to approve the minutes from the governing board meeting of March 27th of 2024 as presented.
All those in favor? Aye. Anyone object? Okay, minutes are approved. Move on to item 5, our consent calendar. The TRPA consent calendar, there are 8 items on consent, 3 which were reviewed by the Operations and Governance Committee, 2 which were reviewed by the Legal Committee, and 3 which weren't reviewed by any governing board committee. As a reminder to the public, after board discussion on this item, you may raise your hand in person to be called on in Zoom or be unmuted by TRPA staff to share your comments. So now I'd like to call on Member Hill to give us a report from Operations and Governance Committee meeting this morning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On our consent item number 1, we looked at the March financials. They are in line with what staff expects, and our investment income has gone up about $100,000, and so that is good in light of potentially some reductions from the state of California, but we're still working on that. On item number 2 in consent, we approved the South Lake Tahoe mitigation request for the Bijou Park Class 1 bike trail staff report. And then on item number 3 of the consent, we approved the South Lake Tahoe mitigation request for the street sweepers. You'll remember that we approved this in March, but they had to come back because they had to add a CARB upgrade to these. So all 3 of those were approved unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the other board members on those items? Okay. Let's see, Haley or Shelley? Legal Committee. I guess it's you, Shelley.
Thank you. Yes, Haley is out of town, so I substituted as vice chair. We had 2 enforcement items to consider that were brought forward by staff. The committee recommends approval of both settlement agreements as negotiated by staff.
Thank you very much. Do any board members have questions on those? Okay. And then item 6 on the consent calendar is the California Tahoe Emergency Services Operation Authority Paramedic Services Building Addition and Change of Use, 3066 Lake Tahoe Boulevard, City of South Lake Tahoe, California, TRPA file number ERSP 2023-1003. Assessor parcel numbers 026-050-005. Information on this item can be found on page 115 of your packets. Do any board members have any questions or comments on this consent item?
So I think maybe we
Mr. Bass?
already went past the one that I had questions on, which are the fines, or have we not got to that yet? Sorry.
That was the enforcement action?
Yeah, that was the previous one, excuse me.
Okay, do you want to go
yeah.
back to that item?
If-
Okay, for a moment, we'll go back to that item.
I'm just curious on, because I'm new here on the board and I see one of them at 20,000 and this other one at 55,000, but it seems like the 55,000 was a pretty erroneous, 3 trees over 30 inches. How do we calculate these fines? I mean, when you look at that amount of, taking out 3 trees, there's so much more damage than just the tree in the ecosystem. And are we, for people that are wealthy, is it just, pay 55 grand and I do what I want? Or have we started to look at a heavier hand at people that are doing these things?
John Marshall, General Counsel for the record. We also have, I believe, Steve Sweet, where I saw him around. Steve Sweet is our code compliance officer. Generally, Cody, there's a couple things that staff takes into account when we're negotiating these resolutions. The number of violations, whether or not the violations produce harm to the environment, and then we have a matrix of our past violations and whether or not they're kind of in the ballpark of, some can be compared pretty straight across, like a tree cutting, the number of trees. The second one, number 5 on your consent calendar, is a little more complicated. There's a couple different factors that go into the degree of culpability. Is also another factor. And so we negotiate from those kind of slate of factors and look to see whether or not this is an appropriate penalty for this particular set of combination of factors. There, for the tree violation, that's $5,000 per tree. So that's the 20,000 that you saw in the first number 4. Number 5 obviously had a different kind of violations, as well as a couple of tree cutting violations. And so that's why the fine was set higher. There's not a particular science in terms of the exact number that we come up with as a proposal. There's also a negotiation back and forth, but we can tell you that for this particular one, we did have a little discussion at the legal committee, and as to the types of and different types of violations, and particularly the tree violations. The tree violations were mostly up they weren't done for scenic purposes. They were more done for concern for safety, because they were tall trees that potentially could have fallen down. One of them, I think, was dead. So that's why there might be a different mix of motivations and consequences from the violations. I don't know do you want any additional further?
No, I think that explains
discussion?
it. I mean, I guess my mind thinks about, is $5,000, too small of it, honestly. I mean, $5,000 in these days compared to what it was 20 years ago is a lot different. And I wonder, when was the last time we looked at that fee or fine?
There are, it is true that we are limited to $5,000 per day per violation. And so when a tree is cut, there isn't, generally, we don't think there's an ongoing violation, as opposed to when, for example, coverage is put down. But another consequence of tree cutting that we do where it's appropriate is some element of restoration. So replanting of trees, particularly to try to remove any benefit gained from the illegal tree cutting. Yes, there is a limitation, but a large part of, I think, our success, particularly in tree violation, comes through our education outreach that Steve and our forester do with the tree cutting companies within the basin. And you'll see that on number 4, there was an out-of-basin tree cutting company that was Kingdom that was involved, and as part of the settlement agreement, they're going to be required to attend our next seminar on what needs to be, what you need to get a permit for, and that. So it's a mix of factors.
Great, thanks.
Steve, you stood up. I didn't know if you wanted to. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Marshall. Any other questions on that item from the board? Then we'll go back to item 6. This is consent calendar item 6 on the Emergency Services Operation Authority. Were there any questions on this item? Not seeing any online or in the room. Consent item 7 on the consent calendar is the APC membership appointment for the Washoe County lay member, James McNamara. That's on page 163 of our packets. Do any board members have questions on that appointment? Yes.
Madam Chair, I will say, I'm excited that Mr. McNamara wants to step up and do this. My board did vote for his confirmation. I did not vote for his confirmation, but I will do that today. I wanted to make sure that I put on the record that Judy Simon has been an amazing member and on this committee, and I want to thank her for her service.
Thank you, Alexis. Item 8 on the consent calendar is authorized personnel for local agency investment fund, LAIF. Can be found on page 165 of our packets. Do any board members have any questions on this consent calendar item? Not seeing any in the room or online. And now we will go to public comment on the consent calendar. Anyone who would like to address the board on items on the consent calendar, please raise your hand now, either in person or by clicking the raise hand button at the bottom of your Zoom screen, or by dialing *9 on your phone, and you will be called on. and unmuted by a TRPA staff member. Do we have anyone in the room who would like to address the consent calendar items? I'm not seeing any. Do we have any online?
Madam Chair, we have one hand raised so far. Ann Nichols, please unmute to make your comment.
Yeah, hi, Ann Nichols, North Tahoe Preservation Alliance. On the budget, we're still wondering, you have $6 million in contracts and there's no detail. It's such a vague line item, and it's as much as your administrative costs. So it's a big deal. So it'd be really good. This is the second time I've asked to have detail on what does that mean? It's a huge part of the budget. Then the other question is, you've got 31 million in cash and investments, which I guess you spend about, I don't know, now started out, I guess, at $1 million a year when you first came into being, and now you're at maybe 20 million a year is what you're spending. So, but it's still 31 million. It's a ton of money sitting out there. I mean, couldn't you do something about affordable housing with this, or something that would be beneficial to the community, or microplastics, or the lead in the lake? I mean, I'd love to see, instead of just creating more bureaucracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nichols. Are there other hands raised?
Madam Chair, there are no other hands raised to comment.
Okay. Staff, I think you had addressed that issue. I was listening in on the operations and governance end of that call. So do you want to restate that? for
Yes,
the
thank you,
record?
Madam Chair. Julie Reagan, the TRPA Executive Director, and appreciate the public comment. I did make a comment at the Operations and Governance Committee because we have had this question before. I just wanted to note the majority of those funds on our balance sheet are either securities that we accept as part of a project, where a project upon completion, inspections are done, and if it's deemed in compliance, those monies are returned to the project applicant, property owner, what have you. And there are also mitigation funds that we hold also in trust. And at the Operations Committee, we release some of those mitigation funds to the city of South Lake Tahoe for efficient sweepers and for trails. So mitigation fees that are collected as part of a project are held in trust by the agency, and then they are at the right time distributed by this board upon action to improve the environment in local jurisdictions where those fees are collected. So there's a very large chunk of money. We discussed this in operations. So happy to provide more detail with any new members or members of the public. And as we get into the budget development process, we'll talk much more about contracts. So just wanted to put that on the record, and thank you.
Thank you, Julie. I appreciate that. Then without seeing other public comment, we'll close the public comment period on this item, and I'd look for a board member to make a motion.
So moved.
All right, thank you. And before we call the roll, I want to make sure the record reflects that I need to recuse on item number 5 on consent. I do have a personal relationship with that individual, so I want to make sure that I've recused on that item when you reflect the roll call, the vote. So Maria, will you call the roll?
Ms. Aldine,
Yes.
Mr. Bass,
Yes.
Ms. Bowman,
Yes.
Ms. Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Ms. Dis,
Yes.
Ms. Faustinos,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Mr. Henigman,
Yes.
Ms. Hales,
Yes.
Ms. Lane, Mr. Settlemeyer,
Yes.
Ms. Luber,
Yes.
Ms. Williamson, and Ms. Gustafson.
Yes.
Okay, Madam Chair, the motion passes.
Okay, before we move on, we need to have a motion to adjourn as the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency and convene as the Tahoe Metropolitan Planning Organization. Do I have a motion to adjourn and convene?
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. That brings us to agenda item 6, the TMPO consent calendar. There are 2 items on consent which were reviewed by the Transportation Committee. As a reminder to the public, after board discussion on this item, you may raise your hand in person to be called on or in Zoom to be unmuted by TRPA staff. So Member Hill, would you like to report from the Transportation Committee as well?
Yes, before you today is the active transportation plan, and we had a great presentation by staff on how they're really going to be reaching into disadvantaged communities. 30% of that's the goal, is that 30% of the feedback that we receive will be from those communities. Additionally, staff's really going to work on quality, not just quantity of public outreach. And I just really want to commend them on the plan, and I'm very excited about seeing it executed.
Are there any questions or comments from board members on the transportation items? Not seeing any in the room. Those of you online, I don't see any hands raised there. Thank you. So we will now go to public comment on this item. Are there any members of the public wishing to address the governing board on the TMPO consent calendar items? I'm not seeing any in the room. Do we have any hands raised on Zoom?
Madam Chair, there are no hands raised online to comment.
Okay, then we'll close the public comment on this item, and I'd look for a motion to approve the consent calendar, TMPO consent.
So moved.
Thank you. And Maria, will you call the roll?
Mr. Bass,
Yes.
Ms. Aldine,
Yes.
Ms. Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Ms. Bowman,
Yes.
Ms. Faustinos,
Yes.
Ms. Dis,
Yes.
Mr. Hennigan,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Ms. Lane, Ms. Hales,
Yes.
Ms. Loomer,
Yes.
Mr. Settlemeyer,
Yes.
Ms. Williamson, Ms. Gustafson,
Yes.
Mr. Walker.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes.
Thank you, Maria. Appreciate that. So we're going to remain as the TMPO as we move on to our next item, which is 7A on our agenda, the 2024 Active Transportation Plan. Information on this item can be found on page 181. As a reminder to the public, after the presentation and board discussion, we will hear public comment. And so I will turn it over to our Executive Director, Reagan, to introduce the item.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. Julie Reagan, TRPA's Executive Director. I want to welcome Eric Walker, the Forest Supervisor at the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit of the United States Forest Service. In your capacity as MPO, the Forest Service sits with you at the dais. So Eric will be joining us for this public hearing on the Active Transportation Plan. And I'm delighted to have Ryan Murray here from our transportation team to present this to you. Just in terms of an introduction, we spoke at length at the Transportation Committee about all the various moving parts, no pun intended, in the Keeping Tahoe Moving initiative and the Regional Transportation Plan, and making Tahoe more walkable, bikeable, and pedestrian friendly is a core tenet, not only of our Regional Transportation Plan, which this is going to roll up and support, but also of the overall regional plan for the Tahoe Basin, and was a huge push in the 2012 update of the regional plan. And as Member Bass pointed out in our Transportation Committee meeting, the compact actually gives us a mandate to reduce dependency on the private automobile and to look for other opportunities for mass transportation options in the basin. And getting people out of their cars is difficult. It's something we as an agency with our partners have been working on for decades, but it's a hard task. But what we have proven through active transportation and building a trail network and making Tahoe safer for people to not drive around is that people love it. They will get out of their cars if the facilities are here, if they are available in the winter, if they are safe and convenient. And I'm delighted that TRPA has shown real leadership in this space, not only in our region, but in the nation. This is an area that's expensive to go back and retrofit once highway networks surround our communities. to go back and make them safe and attractive for pedestrians and for rollers and cyclers is extremely difficult. And so that's what we're doing because the highway network preceded this agency and preceded our work as an MPO. But we are a leader in this space. And I wanted you to know as you hear the presentation that Ryan's about to give, that there are projects that are mentioned, that this is not endorsing any particular project or giving an approval to any project. Projects are analyzed separately. Some of them have been analyzed, some of them will be in the future. And our local implementation partners, we're lockstep with our implementers. They're actually doing these. So TRPA is supporting that work through our capacity and in our capacity as an MPO. So Ryan has been making this presentation around the basin. I've gotten extremely positive feedback about it and no pressure. I'm sure it will be dynamite as well. So with that, I will turn it over to Ryan Murray.
Thank you, Director Reagan. Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for having me today. My name is Ryan Murray, Transportation Planner with the TRPA, and I'm here to present to you on the 2024 Active Transportation Plan for the Tahoe Basin. We are seeking your approval of that plan today. Next slide, please. So just to start off, what is active transportation? Active transportation here refers to any mode of travel that involves walking, biking, or rolling. Now, included in this plan are, when we talk about rolling or biking, are electric devices. So we see that person there on the trail on the one wheel. I know here in the South Shore, we have the shared scooters, the electric scooters, or e-bikes. So that's included in this plan as well. Another important thing I want to mention is throughout the plan and throughout this presentation, when we talk about walking, when we talk about pedestrians, we're also talking about folks who use assisted mobility devices. So accessibility is a huge component of this plan. Folks in wheelchairs, walkers, even electric wheelchairs, things like that. So those are all included in what we're talking about when we're talking active transportation. Next slide, please. So the active transportation plan and the TRPA's role. Now, many of us know, not all of us know that the TRPA doesn't actually build projects. We're not an infrastructure implementer. That said, we do have a large role to play, especially regionally, on how these projects get carried out and of course, the funding and other mechanisms. So the plan identifies policy goals that implementers can adopt and help us move our goals forward regionally. We also have the priority project identification, which Julie mentioned earlier. So we have a comprehensive list of projects around the basin that we'd like to get funded and implemented. And of course, the document is local support and technical assistance. We have a complete streets guideline and other best practice infrastructure recommendations that implementing agencies can draw upon for their own projects. And of course, grant funding. This is probably one of the most important components of the plan, is it identifies these projects. I'll go into some other technical analyses later that help improve those grant narratives and help the agencies secure funding for these projects. And then what I find to sort of be the TRPA's bread and butter is that regional cohesion, assuring that the projects across county and state boundaries are cohesive in their network and how they're built out as we try to coordinate jurisdiction to jurisdiction. It's a general guiding document. We have high-level implementation. Again, as I mentioned, we don't build the infrastructure, but we do recommend best practice ways to get that funding and implement these projects. So there's recommendations for that in the plan. As well as something we're really proud of here is the monitoring and adaptive management component, which I'll go into in this next slide here, which is our bicycle and pedestrian monitoring protocol. It's an ongoing basin-wide bicycle and pedestrian counts. You can see on the website SNP there, we have multiple counters across the lake. I was remiss to not include a photo of those counters, but if you want to be a little scavenger on the trails, on the trail network, you can see the little wooden posts that are getting counting, or sometimes they're a little seam in the asphalt. And they collect the bicycle and pedestrian users of the trail. And so this is important for a number of reasons. We can get pre and post project counts. So an example of this is, let's say we have a project that is going in at a location, and before the project is implemented, we can put a counter out there and say, these are just example numbers. Let's say 10 cyclists a day are using this particular route. And then once we build the low stress facility, or once an implementer builds the low stress facility, we see 300 people a day are using that route. That's really helpful for not only planning purposes, but also help showing folks, that folks will use these facilities if they're provided. And of course, as the federally mandated MPO. We're tracking network performance, so that's something that we have to do. And as well as project support. So as I mentioned again, when agencies take these new projects to the public for outreach, we can show like, hey, this many people are using these trails or these facilities to help show that support. I've worked for another California agency, and I've been doing this bicycle and pedestrian work for almost 8 years now. And I find Tahoe's monitoring protocols to be some of the most comprehensive that I've been a part of. So we're really proud of that program here. Next slide, please. So what went into the development of the 2024 Active Transportation Plan? We convened a technical advisory committee over a year and a half ago now. That included a lot of those logos on the right there. We attended over 25 in-person public outreach events, reaching over 400 people. And we also issued a transportation survey. This transportation survey was put out alongside the Vision Zero safety strategy. So we were hearing on a number of transportation safety items that relayed beyond just active transportation, but we got a lot of helpful feedback from that as well. Also, what I don't have on a bullet here is a lot of you I presented to in August of last year on the update of this process. And so that feedback was also incorporated into the development of the plan. And then, of course, I have a slide on this later, but we had a public and stakeholder comment on the draft plan. The draft was released in late February, and then we had a comment period where we received over 30 comments, and those were incorporated into the final plan that we're here seeking approval of today. Next slide, please. Okay. We could stretch. I don't want to stretch.
For those online, I just want to make sure you heard that we have a bit of a technical glitch, so just wait a moment. We'll continue the presentation.
Anyone want to hum a few bars of some great music?
Be my guest, Julie.
Okay, we're back.
Nice.
All right. Okay, the public comment on the draft plan, we covered that. Next slide, please. So what's new in the 2024 ATP? The last active transportation plan was adopted in 2015, and then it was technically amended again in 2018. So it's been a little while since the last plan, and there's been some advancement in the active transportation world since then. So this plan has a stronger focus on making the on-street network safer or lower stress. We still have a lot of great recommendations for Class 1 trails, those shared use trails, but we really want to focus on how do we make that on-street network lower stress to kind of encourage more people to walk or bike to their destination. As I mentioned earlier, and I'll go into later, we have an updated priority project list, new facility recommendations, best practice recommendations on how to implement these projects. And then I'm going to go into all this, a new bicycle level of traffic stress and a pedestrian experience index analyses. Next slide, please. So the bicycle level of traffic stress. This is a bicycle specific analysis, but I want to say at the outset, when we're talking about lowering the stress of the roadway, this has a benefit for all users of the roadway. When we're lowering speeds, making safer conditions for folks to use the roadway, this doesn't just benefit bicyclists, this benefits pedestrians, automobile drivers, any user of the roadway. When we're talking about severe and fatal This analysis, while particularly for bicycles, benefits more than just cyclists, but it's set on a scale of 1 through 4, 1 being the lowest stress, 4 is the highest stress. And it corresponds to what's called the 4 types of cyclists. So we see there in this graphic that the highest stress designation of the BLTS 4, bicycle level of traffic stress 4, are for strong and fearless, what's called strong and fearless riders. As we move down into lower stress categories, we have enthused and confident, who are most closely associated with level of traffic stress 3. And then the interested and concerned category. These are folks that are interested in riding, but it feels quite stressful and maybe I'm not ready to ride on US 50 or something like that. And then of course, the no way, no how category. These are folks where whether it's age or ability or just general comfort levels of riding the road, they need a very, very low stress facility to be encouraged to bike. So the idea of all this is you identify your high stress corridors or your higher stress corridors throughout the area. And then we have a set of toolkits to things you can do to the physical infrastructure that reduces the stress of the roadway, lowers those vehicle speeds, provides greater separation for cyclists, and that allows them to feel less stress on the roadway. And then what happens then is you encourage more people to get out of their cars and utilize those bikeway facilities. So we do have what you're seeing on the map here. That's a segment analysis. These are roadway segments. And then accompanying that, we also have a intersection analysis. So it assigns a level of traffic stress to each intersection in Tahoe as well. Next slide, please. So the accompaniment to the bicycle level of traffic stress is the pedestrian experience index. This rates the quality of the pedestrian environment on an index scale of 0 to 100%. 0 is considered a poor experience and 100% is considered the best experience you can have. Now, the focus of this analysis is mostly on our town centers. It has value for the entire region. You can kind of identify where the gaps in the network are, how to connect people from a popular recreation destination site to let's say it's like a parking facility near the recreation site and there's not much pedestrian access to the actual trailhead. So that is helpful. This analysis is helpful for that. But part of this analysis took into account economic activity. So commercial business density, building setbacks, things like this that are kind of generally considered what are your short pedestrian trips and how do you capitalize mostly on that. So we found that this particular analysis has a better focus for the town centers. Something I want to mention about both the bicycle level of traffic stress and the pedestrian experience index is that these are sort of living analyses. We developed these with a consultant and we have all the data and analyses methods to be able to update this moving forward. So fine tuning, working through new data acquisitions in ways that we can improve these analyses. New projects go in and that lowers the stress of a roadway. So we have the capability to update this moving forward, which will be important for our planning process. Another important part about these analyses is these are great mechanisms for including in your grant narrative on how, let's say you have a level of traffic stress 4 and you're trying to reduce that in an active transportation grant. You can use this as more of a quantifiable way to say, hey, this is the way that we're reducing the stress of the roadway to encourage more people to walk or bike to their destination. So it has multiple value. If you go to trpa.gov/ATP, the maps are there on the story map. But I believe it is in the existing in chapter 2 in the existing conditions. But yeah, you can zoom in. Tahoe has this beautiful lake in the center of our maps, so it's hard to show the entire region on a roadway network. But you can zoom in and get real close and nerd out on all the maps that our GIS team put together.
For anyone else looking, it's page 214.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So the 2024 active transportation priority projects. These are 2 small snips of a much larger table. We have, I believe, around 111 projects around the Tahoe Basin. These are anything as far as bicycle boulevards or bike lanes, all the way to class 1 trails through the mountains. So most of these projects were carried forward from the 2015 and 2018 active transportation plans. We sat down with every implementer around the basin and discussed what their goals and priorities were, what's been constructed since the last active transportation plan, sort of clean that list up, as well as developed a new set of cost estimates. As I'm sure many of us are aware, construction prices have gone up around the country, and Tahoe is no exception to that. So the new cost estimates are really important, particularly again for sort of identifying funding needs throughout the region. We also developed there's 3 tiers of priority. Now, these are simply just ways to sort of guide and focus our efforts. These aren't hard and fast rules. If the political will or the public desire arises for a tier 2 or a tier 3 project, there's nothing precluding that from receiving funding before a tier 1 before a tier 1 project. So one other thing I wanted to mention about this priority project list is just because it is included in the active transportation plan does not mean it is fast tracked or it still needs to go through its own outreach process, its own environmental screening process. So just because it's included in here does not preclude it from those responsibilities either. Next slide, please. So another newer addition to the active transportation plan are winter maintenance recommendations. Anyone who's lived in Tahoe for at least one season understands that this is a huge challenge, especially for folks who are walking or biking, as well as accessibility concerns. Really huge when curb ramps are blocked by snow or used as snow storage, and folks in wheelchairs or assisted mobility devices cannot continue their journey along the lower stress facility. So something I kind of wanted to bring to folks' attention that was really popular throughout this process were something called sneck downs. So we see on this graphic on the right here, sneck down is a portmanteau, I think is the word, but it's a combination of snow and neck down. And so you utilize the snow there to create sort of the infrastructure that you would like to see. So what we're seeing there is the snow is used to sort of make these little pedestrian islands to shorten the pedestrian crossing. It also tightens the turning radii of the street, so the cars have to make slower movements as they move in and out of the intersection. And these are all safety benefits for pedestrians or active transportation users. Another thing that I really like about this graphic here is it sort of helps pilot a project before you really spend the infrastructure dollars on building it out of concrete. So you can see there, they identified the need and they built it with snow, and they were able to plan for it by drawing out a similar design for it. It also gives the public an opportunity to kind of see how these projects would work in practice before. Sometimes it's hard to look at it on a piece of paper and understand how it'll work, but if you've shown them through real life activity, it can go a little smoother through the outreach process. And then, of course, all the way through to implementation, which is kind of the whole goal, ultimately. Moving on to the second bullet, the snow removal devices designed for bicycle lanes. This is nothing new. Implementers in the region are already using this for our Class 1 trail network, but I just wanted to highlight that again. It's really, we got a lot of feedback both throughout my presenting this across the basin recently, but also throughout the planning process, about the importance of keeping our network available year round, not just in the summer or spring or fall months. And then the snow dragon snow melting devices. This is another challenge when you're designing active transportation facilities, is snow storage. So with these snow dragons, they have a multi-tiered benefit, and this is something that is really helpful as well for TRPA with our water quality thresholds. But what happens is you collect the snow as you're removing it in like some type of truck. And then you take it to an offsite facility where they have the Snow Dragon is like the Kleenex of snow melting devices. It's just the brand name. I'm not certain what the actual device is called, but you deposit the snow into the snow melting device, and then it's able to melt it and filter it and then release it into the stormwater system in a more controlled manner, rather than having it just sit there and collect particulate and sort of melt in a less controlled manner. So this has stormwater benefits, water quality benefits, as well as, again, kind of addressing that difficulty with snow storage when it comes to designing these active transportation facilities. Next slide, please. So new facility design guidance. I kind of highlight the top three. There's many suggestions in the plan, but the class 2, what's referred to as class 2B or a buffered bike lane. I like that graphic in the bottom left there because it also kind of encompasses that class 4 protected bikeway facility. What you're seeing there is a cyclist in a bicycle lane, and then there's the paint that is let's say that's 2 feet of separation. That's your buffer. And so that provides greater separation between the automobile travel lane as well as the cyclist, which again, this is one of those roadway stress reduction tools. But then you also have those little planter boxes there, and then that is your protected bicycle facility. And that's a grade separation or vertical separation between the vehicles and the cyclists. So I also like this graphic because again, as I mentioned in the previous slide, you have the snow removal efforts, and those planter boxes can be removed in the winter months for more ease of snow removal. I know that South Lake Tahoe has piloted things like this in the past, and we heard through the planning process, that had some mixed results. There were a lot of cars hitting those planter boxes. For a lowly active transportation planner like myself, that tells me that they were working. They were keeping cars out of the bike lane and providing that separation that help cyclists feel that lower stress activity. Again, as I've mentioned, and I feel like I say these things often, this also has benefits for the automobile users. Buffered bike lanes have been shown to reduce vehicle travel speeds. And so that is also safer for folks if they're in an automobile collision. And then of course, something I find Tahoe to be world-class in are these shared use paths that are all over the region. And so we've had, the plan has more shared use path suggestions. You can kind of see these in the graphic, whether that's putting bike legend icons that sort of let cyclists know these are your area zones, pedestrian icons to let pedestrians know this is the safe spot for you to use. We did hear a lot of feedback about e-bikes on shared use trails. So I'm really sensitive to fast moving e-bikes as they whiz around pedestrians or even just slower moving cyclists. So those lane markings help delineate where the modes are best suited and help keep folks more organized. Those share the trail or yield to signs to help folks understand what the rules of the class 1 trails are. But I also want to touch back upon why it's also important to reduce the stress of the roadway. When you reduce the stress of the existing roadway network, you then can create a bicycle facility that utilizes that travel lane, which then gives you the space for sidewalks rather than a shared use trail adjacent to highway. So pedestrians then get their own dedicated facility, get those e-bikes and faster moving cyclists onto the protected or buffered bike lane. And then you get that mode separation that way. So that was also kind of a driving reason why you wanted to reduce roadway stress. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned earlier, we released the draft plan on February 27th this year, and it was open through March 27th of 2024. We received over 30 emailed comments. I also delivered a version of this presentation to the APC, or my colleague did, who secured a APC's recommendation to you all to approve the plan. To the North Shore and South Shore Transportation Management Associations, the Nevada Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Board, down here in the South Shore, the Bicycle Advisory Committee, as well as the TTC, Access Tahoe, and others. We incorporated their feedback. Largely, the feedback was very positive. People were really enthused about the contents of this plan. And the summary of the edits that were made to the draft plan that yielded the final plan that is before you today is included in attachment B of the staff report. Next slide, please. So the next steps here are hopefully securing the governing board's potential adoption of the active transportation plan today.
Thank you, Ryan. Excellent presentation and love your perspective. Having worked elsewhere, it's always great to hear what that perspective when it comes in the Tahoe Basin, because we've been working on trails and sidewalks for a long, long time. Do any board members have any comments or questions? I'll first look here in the room. Mr. Bass?
I do. Thank you, Ryan. That was a great presentation and really cool stuff that's happening. Curious, as I bring this up a lot, the Emerald Bay corridor and kind of, you've talked about where we're missing links and we know how many people go to Emerald Bay. Is there any planning or talk between the kind of link between Kiva and Emerald Bay that's more pedestrian friendly, that's not the Tamba Trail, but the actual more what somebody could actually take on a trail similar to how they get to Kiva or Camp Richardson?
Yes, thank you. I personally am not mired in the details of that project specifically, but I do know that there are many conversations being had in coordination with the land partners there who are implementing those projects.
Mr. Bass, I could probably jump in real quick. We are just embarking on environmental review for some potential segments to Emerald Bay in partnership with the Forest Service and with state parks. It's the next phase of the implementation of the overall corridor plan that was finished a few years ago. So we're kind of going into next steps with environmental review, will include scoping and figuring out which parts are most important to move forward next.
Awesome. And then my other question, I couldn't see completely detail on the map, but it looks like South Lake and including the casino corridor is all in green, which is great, but we do have a major missing gap, which is more or less Pioneer Trail through the state line corridor for any bicyclist or pedestrian trying to get through there is pretty bad. And I know that through US 50 revitalization, that was really part of what would have fixed some of that. And now US 50 revitalization is being proposed to end at the California state line, at least in these very initial plans. And that would leave that gap of no pedestrian or bicycling corridor. So, I've brought it up many times that I take major contention with US 50 revitalization stopping at state line. And I think this needs to be considered because that is such a heavy pedestrian area and it is really bad. And it's really difficult to get that linkage in South Lake. So I just would like to see, or I wonder what is the plan there and should it be US 50 revitalization and us extending that past the state line of Nevada to Pioneer Trail?
Yes, thank you. So I know that there's multiple of those community revitalization projects that have been underway for maybe a decade or more. And so while that one particular project may be ending at state line as we move into California, there are many conversations and projects in the pipe that are looking to address that corridor specifically, whether that's moving around Lake Parkway or are bolstering sort of the pedestrian and bicycle environment through US 50 on the California side. And I also know Pioneer Trail is currently doing a pedestrian and bicycle improvement project that I think is being constructed this summer. So there are a number of projects still coming forward to address that stress level through that area.
Yep, and Member Bass, I'll just add on to that, Julie Reagan, TRPA Director. That is a well-known, walkable, bikeable area, as you're pointing out. And the original US 50, AKA Loop Road project, community revitalization project that this board approved some years back, really did have the Main Street management plan through the corridor and many elements to address what is an unsafe condition. I think the city's done an amazing job for part of that in lighting and complete streets and planters, but there's a lot more work to do now that that project is getting rescoped. So I think the point you're raising is important to look at the future evolution of that project and how we might be able to address some of those really critical needs. But it's a key area.
Great. Yeah, thank you. And I, for me, I think with the history of that project, I don't want to get into, but as we look moving forward, to me, ending that project at state line when both sides of the state need to see the benefits. As we look into the history, most of that money was most likely California funds, and the idea that it would just end at state line and we wouldn't get those pedestrian benefits or even incorporate Main Street, to me, that just doesn't add up. And that is such a critical pedestrian corridor. And we would realize those benefits if we would just include that into US 50 revitalization and not end it at the Nevada state line. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my constituents come to me a lot about the e-bike concern, and I'm sure you heard from a lot of Incline Village residents about that issue. And I think the dilemma that local governments are facing, and hopefully TRPA can be an expert and help us with this, is it's a lot of paint if we are going to move e-bikes from our multi-use trails to the road, and and figuring out how to manage that in an appropriate way and maintain it as well, because there's a real push and pull. You know, cyclists are telling me, yeah, but I don't want to go on the road, Alexis, and I'm safe. So I think that that is a dilemma I'm facing, and I don't know the total answer to it, but any technical assistance from, you know, rural counties like Washoe County would be very helpful, since we don't do that for the rest of the roads in the Reno Sparks area that we maintain in unincorporated Washoe County. And then also the snow removal on trails, Washoe County has stepped it up in a major way, but we still have a lot of work to do. So I just look to the support of TRPA to help us find funding opportunities, and also that technical assistance would be really helpful, because I'm so impressed with this presentation and all the work that you've done in the report, and really looking forward to moving on these initiatives. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from our members in the room? Yes, Ms. Aldine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Ryan, the network recommendations on page 182 includes an updated map of the corridor crash analysis. Does that extend to all users? Obviously, because piggybacking on what Commissioner Hill was talking about, there obviously continue to be user conflicts on multimodal pathways. And I'm just wondering, I don't know how easy it would be to collect that data, because many times there's no response from emergency personnel and no report in the record. But and maybe it's just strictly anecdotal, but I think to address the user conflicts, which are only going to continue unless we physically separate the lanes so the pedestrians feel safe and the bikers feel unfettered by having to dodge around pedestrians. So
Just to clarify, are you saying like if a cyclist hits a pedestrian, is that
Right.
included in the collision analysis? It is not. So a lot of the times our analyses are only as good as the data that's available to us. So you kind of spoke perfectly to the issue when that happens. If it's not a serious event, it's often not even reported. We are working, I know with the Vision Zero strategy process, we did meet with a lot of the first responders, and we are working through what are better ways to capture this kind of data, because it's just as you described, it's kind of anecdata right now. We're only hearing it secondhand, or if it happened to somebody personally, you know, someone at a public outreach will relay this information. But as far as quantified on the collision map, we just don't have reliable or even data in existence that captures those collisions. So yeah, so those are just things that we're working on, both with first responders, data reporting agencies, both NDOT and Caltrans, to try to make that data better, to understand, you know, where are the conflict points between these users of the trails.
I'm wondering if you could do it in coordination with some of the advocacy groups, excuse me, in terms of reaching out to their members when they're actively using these facilities, and maybe there's a, you know, a way of, you know, a special number that you could call other than 911. You certainly don't want to call 911 unless it's a life-threatening event. But if there's a number they could call to record a message, you know, identifying the segment of roadway, you know, what precipitated the collision, you know, just to give you that data that you need in order to do a proper analysis.
That's good. That's a good suggestion. Thank you.
Yes.
Ashley Conrad-Sada
Yes.
for the record, just on the e-bike discussion, you know, we do get a lot of comments here about e-bike safety. And I was wondering if you've had any discussions with the e-bike rental companies about potentially contributing to painting and, you know, finding different routes for e-bikes, or doing educational messaging around when you rent the e-bike, the expectations, or sort of your contract with the company on maintaining speed and protecting other people on the walkway. But just, have you had those conversations with them?
Not directly, no. Early in this process, I did work with Tamba, who I feel puts out a really nice sort of one-pager graphic on the different classifications of e-bikes, where they're allowed, where they're not allowed, and then what the general rules are surrounding those e-bikes. But as far as reaching out to e-bicycle rental companies, we didn't really have many conversations. There are advocacy group stakeholders like the Lake Tahoe Bicycle Coalition, again, mentioning Tamba, who we do coordinate with and we do have discussions with when we're talking about educational campaigns. Take Care Tahoe is another, which is the Tahoe Fund. Yeah. So there are other regional advocacy groups outside of e-bike rentals. We do work with on just as you're describing, whether that's educational campaigns, signage. I know that Take Care Tahoe was doing these cute little messages on the trail that kind of remind you, like, be a courteous trail user, you know, and they have these like cartoony type graphics that are fun. So, so yeah, there are conversations, but just not directly with e-bike rental companies, but that's a good idea.
And I'll just, and to build on that, Julie Reagan here, we actually in years past have been part of what's called a pathway partnership, and TRPA's, some predecessors of Ryan's, Morgan Barrell, who used to be a TRPA staff member, worked with the Tahoe Fund and with lots of other trail implementers, the Forest Service, state parks. You know, these trails, they cross multiple land ownerships, and getting consistent signage with trail etiquette has been, it was a huge process that we worked through. And the Tahoe Trail symbol, that is the paved pathway, just with East Shore, South Shore, North Shore, West Shore, like that was a very big coordinated effort so that it would be consistent and that we could have consistent images that would over time go to speak to some of those things that you're mentioning. And then the concessionaires and different properties and the local shops too are being outreached to by some of the members of that partnership. So it's a really important point.
Yeah, I could even imagine like a small fee on the rentals or on the sales that would go into a special fund specifically for signage and educational campaigns. But just obviously, you know, e-bikes are here and they're here to stay. And I think people like them. It actually potentially gets more people on bikes and commuting more by bike. So it's not something we want to put the kibosh on, but that educational element and ensuring that everyone feels safe is huge. So, you know, in the long run, I do think there's a way to get them to feed into that educational campaign, because it also does hopefully send more people to buy those bikes or rent them.
Precisely.
Yeah, I do know that the parks districts get very involved in this, operating the trails in my past career. And we work with the bike shops because even before e-bikes, depending on your age and ability, you could go much faster than other people and sometimes forget of the potential conflict you're causing. Mr. Walker.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So from the Forest Service perspective, since we currently do not have any trails open to e-bikes, and we are currently going through a planning effort to evaluate what trails on the National Forest would be suitable. But one of the trails that is most commonly used by e-bikes on the National Forest at this time, even though they're not authorized, is the Pope Baldwin Scenic Trail there on the Southwest Shore. And so our communications with the bike rental companies has been about where they can appropriately use them, because we have heard anecdotally and stuff where the bike rental companies are sending people to places where essentially they're going to be breaking the law. Now we strongly work on the education, the engineering, and then follow that up with enforcement. And since we don't have, you know, adequate law enforcement, that's not the first place that we find ourselves making sure so that folks are following the law. But we have reached out to them, and talking with partners that have been mentioned here by others, that kind of working on that education standpoint. I think your idea of having some type of instruction or etiquette or something by the rental companies would go a long way, because it's not the tool. Like when mountain bikes first got onto dirt trails, it wasn't that the bike was a problem, it was how people were engaging in that. And we saw a sign earlier about sharing the trail and stuff. So we really do see, we as the Forest Service really see that we really need to work on that education, work on the engineering, and then finding the appropriate places where e-bikes can be used on the national forest, both on paved and non-paved. And then also where there's points of congestion, using that engineering, recognizing that the Pope Baldwin Scenic Trail is such a high use that we are currently analyzing to look at having a parallel trail so that we can support the volume of use that occurs in that area.
Any other comments here in the room? Any board members with comments? Those of you online, Belinda, I see you unmuted.
Yes, just really want to appreciate all the conversation regarding signage and the importance of consistent usage of symbolism, and I think it's something that will make this whole trail, much more enticing for the general public to use, if they feel like they have appropriate signage at every point along the way. And I also, just want, and I'm sure that this is something that's come up in the past, but how to have, even scannable, codes that are accessible so that people know, hey, this trail, goes up 3 miles, 6 miles is a, easy trail, difficult trail, et cetera. That kind of common language, I think, would be very, very useful. And just want to, also recognize staff for the phenomenal job that they did in putting this together. I mean, all those, maps and stress levels and all was really, really, fascinating to read in terms of how comprehensive the analysis was. So thank you. Thank you all for doing that.
Yes, Mr. Hoonigan.
No worries.
I'll
I
get
can't even
that
say
pick
it right after
one of these
whole
years.
life. I was just wondering if you guys had looked at initiatives like One TAM that they do in Marin County, where the national parks, the state parks, the national forest, the state forest, the county water districts, and the local communities all banded together to create around Mount Tamalpais One TAM, where all the signage and everything is shared. And if we could put something like that into place here, we just have so many different entities. It's mind-boggling. We can get anything working.
Yep, thank you for that comment, Member Henigman. Julie Reagan here. I'll turn it back over to Ryan in a bit, but I did want to share, we absolutely have coordinated with One TAM many times. They actually came to TRPA probably about 6 or 7 years ago when they were really getting going to look at our environmental improvement program as a model of that public, private, federal, state, local, nonprofit, tribal partnership. And Sharon Farrell, who used to be Deputy Director of the Golden Gate Parks Conservancy, was a key driver of that in bringing that group together and working with the water district, with the bike shops. So we've been in a lot of communication with them as it's evolved. And that's a lot of what you'll see in Tahoe in some of these partnerships. But did you have anything to add to that, Ryan?
Yeah, just that. Yes. So when we're talking about the plan does include, there's so many things in the plan. I try to give high level overviews. So some things will get missed in the presentation, but there are wayfinding standards and recommendations. And so when we're talking about wayfinding, cohesion and consistency of signage is super important. So you want the U.S. Forest Service, I think, is really iconic in these sort of things, because when you see those U.S. Forest Service signs, they're like always the same wherever you go. So as you're navigating the trail, when you want to know what direction is what, we're working on coordinating with all those various agencies to make sure that the signage that's used is consistent so that it's recognizable by everybody. It doesn't change from county to county, from state to state.
I was more curious, are we putting together kind of a lasting partnership where we don't have to keep doing these deals where everyone's kind of bought in that someone does all this stuff and we don't have to talk about it again, because there's so many players in this space and it seems like a huge headache.
Is that a question?
Yes.
Are we doing that and can we?
Yeah. I think that speaks then to more of what Julie was mentioning, which is those partnerships have been underway for a number of years, even to the point where folks come to us to understand how to best manage those same issues.
Okay, I don't see any other board members signaling an interest in commenting. So we'll open it up now to the public on this item. If any member of the public wishes to address the committee on this agenda item, Please raise your hand now, either in person or by clicking the raise hand button at the bottom of your Zoom screen or by dialing *9 on your phone, and you will be called on and unmuted. Are there any members here in the room that would like to address this item? There isn't a mad rush to the podium, so we'll go online.
Madam Chair, we have 2 hands raised online so far. The
Okay.
first hand up was Ann Nichols, and please unmute to address the board.
Hello, Ann Nichols, North Tahoe Preservation Alliance. I'm glad to see that you changed the stress level color on Crystal Bay Hill from low stress to high. That's good, but you neglected to change the pedestrian stress level. I mean, I'd love to have governing board come out there and walk up against the guardrail and see how frightening it is. In fact, when you're driving and there's a bicycle, there's no way you cannot violate the law. You're supposed to be 3 feet away from the bicyclist. You can't do it. So it seems there's between South Shore and North Shore. And I don't know about this consultant, but maybe you better have, I mean, I haven't looked at all the roads because I just went right to Crystal Bay. It's where we live and it's such an obviously frightening place. So if they miss that, we need to have someone on North Shore reviewing things for TRPA because it's just another example of the disconnect. And then it would really be nice to have something done for winter. I guess you just put red everywhere, right? I don't know what you do, but it's not just this fantasy of walkable, bikeable year round. And then as far as the dollars of all these projects, 26 million, 36 million, boy, wouldn't it be great to see all that money put towards the environment, the lead cable in the lake, the microplastics, the invasive species, all the problems we have, water quality. Anyway, disappointing to see, it's all about trails and attracting more and more people, which could be the real problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nichols. Next.
The next hand up is Bill Chan. Bill, please unmute to address the board. Bill, I can see you're unmuted, but I'm not seeing any feedback from your microphone.
We have another hand up, so maybe we can come back to you, Mr. Chan.
The next hand up is Helen Neff. Helen, please unmute to address the board.
Hi, this is Helen Neff, Incline Village resident. I hope you can hear me. I'm in my car, but I am not driving. So
We can hear you.
I just want to thank Ryan Murray and the rest of the transportation planning team for their work. They've generated a lot of reports this first part of 2024. They've worked really hard, and especially on the public outreach on each of those reports. So I want to thank them for that, and also to say that I look forward to seeing how all these plans are implemented and how they're incorporated into the planning process on future developments. And I'll just bring it up one more time. The 947 project was just whisked through with lots of approvals very quickly on very many levels, with no consideration to the pedestrian experience for that very dangerous intersection accompanying that project. So I hope that we see improvement going forward with all these amazing plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Neff. Mr. Chan?
Yes, Mr. Chan, if you can unmute. And I can see you're unmuted, but your microphone is not picking you up.
Mr. Chan, we can't hear you. We can see you're unmuted, but we don't hear you. So I think we're going to have to move on. Thank you. Okay, so with that, I don't see any other hands raised, are there? Okay, then we'll close the public comment on this item, and I'd ask the board members, if there's any further comment. Otherwise, there's a motion on the screen if somebody would like to make that motion.
Sure, I'll put forward a motion to adopt a finding of no significant effect as set forth in attachment D and TMPO resolution 2023 to approve the TRPA 2024 active transportation plan.
Great, we have a motion, or is there any further discussion? Not seeing any, so Maria, will you call the roll?
Ms. Loomer,
Yes.
Mr. Settlemyer. Ms. Lane. Ms. Hales,
Yes.
Mr. Henigman,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Ms. Faustinos,
Yes.
Ms. Dis,
Yes.
Ms. Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Ms. Bowman,
Yes.
Mr. Bass,
Yes.
Ms. Aldine,
Yes.
Ms. Williamson, Ms. Gustafson,
Yes.
Mr. Walker.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes.
Thank you very much. And now we need to have a motion to adjourn as the TMPO and reconvene as the TRPA. Do I have a motion to adjourn and reconvene?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you, Mr. Walker, for your joining us for a bit today. We appreciate that very much. We have an esteemed group out there that have been patient waiting for us to get to item 8, which is planning matters. And this is the South Tahoe Public Utility District Solar Power Project, 1275 Meadowcrest Drive, South Lake Tahoe, California. TRPA file number ERSP 2023-1088. Assessor's parcel numbers. Oh my gosh, do I have to read all these? They're on the screen for those of you watching, but they start with 025-041-012 and go all the way through -022. Sufficient, Mr. Marshall? Thank you. Okay, and with that, who am I calling on first? Yes, Ms. Reagan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Julie Reagan, TRPA's Executive Director. While the team is getting oriented here at the dais, I just wanted to have a quick go back to your last action item on the active transportation plan and to speak to public comment. I do think it's really important that the action that you took to move that forward and to approve the plan opens up a lot of funding opportunities for our local jurisdictions and for implementers of these active transportation projects. And we have a term called the color of money, in that a lot of funds are not fungible. And so while you look at the price tag of some of these projects or trails, and they are expensive to build, but there are certain funds that are designated only for these projects. So your action then frees up opportunities for our implementing partners to qualify for those funds. So I just wanted to clarify that for the record. As we move into the next item, I will tee us up and just put another contextual piece for your consideration. It's no accident that this is Earth Week. It was Earth Day on Monday, and it took a lot of fortitude to bring this project to you in this particular month, because we thought it was appropriate to celebrate history in the making in the Lake Tahoe Basin. This is our understanding will be the largest solar array in the basin. Most solar projects that you'll see even right here at 128 Market Street, we have solar panels on the roof, and we've had them for a number of years, and rooftop solar has been spreading around the basin. Despite the snow and the challenges that go with it, we've made a commitment as a basin to pursue our goals for climate. But this is a game changer. And it's my pleasure to introduce the team that will be presenting this item for your consideration. And I have Arlo Stockham, who is reviewing this for us as a consultant, and Julie Ryan from the South Tahoe Public Utility District. So I will turn it over to the team to go forward. Thank you.
There we go. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Julie, for the nice introduction, and thank you to the governing board for the opportunity to present on this important project today. My name is Julie Ryan, and I'm the district engineer for the South Tahoe Public Utility District. With me today, I have Sam Bonnot, who is the head of Staten Solar, as well as a contingent of district representatives, including two of our board members, Nick Exline and Shane Ramzos, and our general manager, Paul Hughes. We are all very excited to be here to see this groundbreaking project reach this critical juncture. Next slide. Let's start with a little bit about how we got here. As the largest energy user in the Tahoe Basin and Liberty's largest customer, the South Tahoe PUD has been hit by escalating costs just like everybody else, and we're committed to making renewable energy an integral part of our power portfolio. We've been working on this solar project for nearly 5 years when it started as the flagship project in the Seed Fund Sierra collaboration of public agencies, all of which who had a desire to use their combined purchasing power to bring solar projects to the Sierra Nevada region. Through the RFP process, we selected Staten Solar as our development partner, and they are the designer, builder, and will be the owner of the proposed 1 megawatt solar facility, which will be constructed on district property, and the power generated will be used solely by South Tahoe PUD to operate its wastewater treatment plant. The district's board of directors has demonstrated its ongoing support for this project by approving unanimously 7 separate action items between 2020 and 2023. And we've held 3 public hearings to receive comment on the solar contract and the environmental document. The vast majority of public input the district has received has been in support of this project. Next slide, please. The South Tahoe PUD exists to protect Lake Tahoe by providing wastewater services to the South Shore community. And because that community is not only our owners, but also our customers, we strive to provide that service as cost effectively as possible. Our decision to pursue this solar project is because of the environmental and financial benefits that it offers our community. As I mentioned, South Tahoe PUD is the largest energy user in the basin and the largest user of grid power. This project will generate 1/3 of the power needs of our wastewater treatment plant, and that's more than 10% of our overall power needs. All the power generated from the solar array will be used in real time to run the wastewater treatment plant, but it also prepares us to add battery storage in the future. Once we have the battery storage, we'll also be able to reduce our reliance on diesel fuel when the grid goes down. An array of this size offsets around 562 metric tons of carbon dioxide annually. That's nearly 100 times more than a forest of the same size can capture and store on its own. This solar project is also an important component of the larger sustainability efforts of the community as a whole. By generating power locally with renewable resources, it generates around 1% of the total power consumed by the entire city of South Lake Tahoe. On the financial side, the project design has been optimized to maximize solar production in our challenging climate, so we can have the least impact while generating the most clean power locally. The district's contract with Staten also includes several cost-saving protections, such as predetermined annual increases in power costs and a minimum production guarantee. All in all, with this solar array, we expect to save our community $5 to $10 million in power costs over the 28-year term of the power purchase agreement. And then after the end of the term, South Tahoe Public Utility District has the option to take over the system and continue generating solar with it at no additional cost. Next slide, please. Now let's take a look at the array that we plan to build. It's a 1 megawatt AC array, which is actually sized to generate 1.339 megawatts DC of power. In its first year of production,
the array is required to produce over 1.9 million kilowatt hours of clean solar power. The array will be ground mounted and will occupy 3.3 acres. There will also be a 100-foot buffer area constructed to the south, east, and west sides of the array to minimize tree impact. Next slide, please. The array will be sited on district property to the east of the main wastewater treatment plant. The selected site has the right slope, orientation, and inclination for optimal solar production. The site is sparsely treed and it was previously disturbed. It's far enough away from the main plant that the solar operation should never impede the day-to-day operations of treating wastewater. Next slide, please. The slide will be accessed by a 450-foot long access road that starts inside the wastewater treatment plant and leads to a fenced area around 18 rows of south-facing panels and an electrical equipment pad. A hill and forest to the north and east of the array will shield the array from view from Tahoe Boulevard. Next slide, please. This photo shows the current view from Tahoe Boulevard. The solar array will be sited beyond the rise that's in the distance. And as I said, we don't expect the array to be visible from Tahoe. Next slide, please. This photo shows the start of the access road inside the wastewater treatment plant. It's relatively flat and open. Next slide, please. And this photo is looking east across the array site. You can see that the existing tree coverage is quite thin and the site has a gentle upslope. Next slide, please. The array will be founded on helical piles, which cause very little ground disturbance to construct. It'll be constructed to follow the contours of the site, much like the photo on the top right shows. The low edge of each row will be 4 feet above ground surface, and the top will be at 11 feet. This should provide enough room in a typical snow season to allow that snow to shed on its own and pile up without impacting solar production and without the need for snow removal. For massive winters like we experienced last year, however, the solar contract has provisions for reduced production and snow removal may be needed to protect the panels and resume generation. So that's all I have about the facility we are proposing to build, and I'll pass the podium back to Arlo, who will talk about the project findings. But before I do that, I want to sincerely thank the TRPA team for helping guide our solar team through some uncharted territory. Not only is this our first solar project, but it is also the most complex permitting challenge that we have faced at our wastewater treatment plant in over 20 years. So we really do appreciate all the support and guidance that we've received. Thanks.
So will the power from the site go direct to the wastewater treatment facility or wheel into Liberty and then back to you? How will it work?
So the feed is, this is a behind the meter project. So it'll feed in on our side of our power meter, but it is a net metering project. So if there is any excess power being generated that isn't needed immediately at the wastewater treatment plant, it will flow out into the grid. Yep. Thank you. And maybe Arlo can address it. You know, I certainly understand the benefits of this project in terms of, you know, defraying the cost of providing electricity to the users. But, you know, unfortunately, with everything, there are some unintended consequences. I was reading an article in Forbes magazine about the issues having to do with the disposal of these panels because they do contain toxic materials like lead and cadmium. And I'm just, was any thought given to, in the permit conditions that, you know, that the panels would need to be replaced whenever they start to degrade or whenever they're damaged? Because, I mean, it's not only an issue for the landfill they end up being disposed of, but it's also an issue if they break apart. And, you know, I don't want to inadvertently create a toxic environment, not only because I don't want the PUD to have to deal with the consequences of that. But obviously, we're entrusted with the protection of the environment. And as I say, there are a number of people were quoted, including a senior Chinese solar official, a 40-year veteran of the US solar industry, and research scientists at the German Stuttgart Institute for photovoltaics. So there are issues with respect to toxic materials contained in these panels. So Arlo, I don't know if that was discussed, whether it was taken into consideration, but if you could address that, that'd be great.
Thank you. For the record, Arlo Stockham, helping with the project review here. We did discuss that in some detail, and it's not a local issue. Certainly all over the world, solar panels are exploding, including on my roof. I understand that the recycling technology and systems are evolving rapidly, and everyone is expecting to have much better recycling of materials available by the time these types of panels hit their lifespan. To answer your question directly, we don't have a condition of approval directly related to replacement of damaged equipment. I think general requirements on pollution control would kick in at that point, and they need to be disposed of properly. We could add a condition, but we don't think the global issue of improving reuse of solar panel materials is a substantial enough problem to stop solar energy production or to not approve solar panel facilities in the Tahoe Basin. There's miles and miles of these all over the desert. They also have the same disposal issues. So we are, as you saw, I'm sure, recommending approval, and we feel the environmental benefits of this project far outweigh the risks. But as you mentioned, there are obviously trade-offs.
Well, I mean, I don't, obviously, we're not privy to the contents of the contract between the manufacturer who will be installing these panels and the STPUD. But, to me, if I were making the decision, I would want some sort of commitment from the company installing these panels that if they start to significantly degrade, they will be immediately removed. I mean, some of these materials can leach into the ground if they get damaged because they're contained in the panels, and if the panels get cracked, some of the toxic materials can leach into the ground. So I would think that would be a reasonable request by the STPUD to ensure that they're not held responsible for any degrading of the environment.
Yes, and the contract that is in place with Staten as the owner does speak to maintaining the site in an operational condition, dealing with these sorts of degradation problems timely. That they also have an incentive to make sure that those panels are remain in good repair, because a panel in disrepair is not going to be producing power at the levels that they're committed to. And then also at the end of the 30-year, it's a 28-year contract, panels have about a 30-year expected lifespan. If the district decides not to take over that array, then they are obligated to remove all those panels and properly dispose of them following the regulations that are in place at that time. Thank you.
Sorry, one more question about that.
Okay.
Do they have to do site mitigation then at the removal? Is that included in the contract that after the 30 years, they would mitigate the site and bring it back to?
Yes,
the
that's
condition?
that was a condition of our power
Okay,
purchases agreement. It was that there would be site restoration following the removal of the array.
Yeah, and I don't mean to minimize the impacts that you're bringing up, Shelley. I think the way you have to think about the alternative is 30 years of this solar power versus 30 years of dirty natural gas or fossil fuels. And so you have to look at the overall impacts of both. Right. And if you think about that production versus the panels themselves, if there's enough production in the way, that's really how you have to think about the comparison to some extent. So we're dealing with toxins. If we continue our consumption and demand as it is, we're dealing with toxins no matter what. So we really have to deal with essentially reducing consumption in the first place and creating homes that are more energy efficient so that we reduce consumption overall. But it's the double-edged sword of trying to live in the way we currently live and just switch out our current fuels for something else.
Right, no, I agree with that. I just didn't know if there was any thought to putting a layer of some sort of impervious material underneath the panels. So if there isn't to avoid any leaching into the soil, and I don't know if that was considered.
Yes, that gets to coverage, land coverage issues, which would typically count as coverage and impede native vegetation. So there is not a film or paving proposed under the panels currently. I do have a fairly brief, about 5-minute overview of the staff summary and why staff is recommending approval of this project. I could go through that if it's okay with the board. Director Reagan mentioned that I'm helping on this project as an outsource reviewer, but this is a little different than our typical outsource review projects. I really worked hand in hand very closely with Paul Nielsen here on staff. So it wasn't the type of project where Arlo came in, did a review, made a recommendation. We all worked on this together, walked the site together with the applicants, several versions of the findings going back and forth. So I just wanted to emphasize that we feel this is important, both for the renewable energy production and also because it's the first large ground mount solar system in the Tahoe Basin. So we wanted to make sure we did a thorough review and got it right, but also did a timely review because the finances of the project depend on some tax credits and other things and getting started soon. So with that being said, the governing board approval for this project is required for 2 reasons. It's the amount of land coverage being added and also substantial tree removal. Thankfully, while we don't have ground mount solar systems in the region, we do have a pretty good policy and regulatory framework to review them. Starting with the regional plan energy policy speaks about encouraging these facilities when technologically and environmentally feasible, which is the key term that we worked into in our review. So if we could move to the next slide, I can discuss a little bit what those considerations are. Before I do, want to recognize the significance of this project in implementing the region's climate goals. Both TRPA's plans calling for getting to net zero carbon emissions by 2045 through, among other things, increasing renewable energy generation. Some of the graphics you see on the right side of this slide acknowledge that energy use is the biggest contributor to greenhouse gas emissions in the Tahoe region. Also showing that City of South Lake Tahoe is the largest community, is also the largest emitter. And as Julie mentioned here, this facility is the largest power user. So it's kind of the low-hanging fruit of this is a very big concentrated power user in a greenhouse gas emitting activity. The City of South Lake Tahoe also has a very ambitious climate action plan calling for interim greenhouse gas emission reductions and also a transition to 100% renewable electricity by 2030. That's soon, and that's a big goal. And they additionally have policy language specific to working with the largest energy users, such as the South Tahoe PUD, to transition to renewable sources. Wastewater treatment requires an incredible amount of energy. So this is a good target. Next slide, please. In terms of this project, the benefits, the 1.925 million kilowatt hours of electricity, you know, that all these kilowatt, megawatt, it kind of makes everyone confused, myself included. What that equates to is a little under 1/3 of the energy demand for the treatment plant. It's a little under 1% of the total grid electricity demand in the City of South Lake Tahoe. So this isn't a huge utility scale project, but it's not insignificant either. And it's about enough electricity to power 223 average homes in the Western US. So that's about the scale of this solar energy production. Converting from grid energy to solar energy offsets a net offset of 562 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent annually. And that also is a 1/4% of the total emissions from all sources in the City of South Lake Tahoe. So again, it's not going to power the entire city, but it's a significant and you know, the largest of this type of project in some time. Next slide, please.
There were really 4 regulatory topics that were the focus of our review. Tree removal probably being the most prominent and the others somewhat related to that. I'd like to go through these individually, starting on the next slide, please. The TRPA code, well, I'll start with the tree removal proposal. In that red polygon area, you can see where the forest is thinner than elsewhere due to prior clearances and disturbances and use of the area. But there are still some trees, including some large trees, especially around the edges where you see the tree covers a little thicker. So 23 trees exceed the large tree threshold, and there are 108 additional trees over 14 inches that will need to be removed for this project to work. The code lays out specific approval criteria and findings for tree removal for solar access purposes. So when I say there's a good regulatory framework, this is it. It's these 4 bullet points. They're paraphrased, but basically trees are appropriate to be removed if they would unreasonably impede operation of the system, if the system's been well located to minimize the need for tree removal, if removal's the minimum necessary, and then there are mathematical computations where trees have to be generally south of the collectors and maintain an 18-degree vertical angle. So below that 18-degree native vegetation, trees, small shrubs would remain. So the clearing, the 100-foot clearing around the edge of the panels will not be entirely cleared. The larger trees in that area will be cleared and native vegetation remains. Next slide, please. We were able to make these findings. Keeping the trees in that 100-foot clearing area, the solar company ran an alternative analysis, and that would reduce efficiency considerably, over 5%, really impact the financial feasibility of the project, and it just wouldn't be nearly as efficient. In terms of the site selection, it's a very good site, in our opinion, for a number of reasons. A facility of this size is just too big to fit on rooftops or within the existing treatment plant footprint. I saw one of the commenters suggested in the infiltration basins, but when you get to a large scale facility generating a lot of power, the interference with other uses is really challenging. So it is going into the forest, but it's about the most disturbed portion of forest, the highest capability area. Lower density forest. It's sited on high capability lands. The scenic impacts, this is probably going to be about the least scenically impactful site you could find. We struggled mightily to find somewhere it was visible from. It lies in a shallow basin surrounded by forest. Really not visible from any designated scenic resource area, any of the nearby streets or neighborhoods. There may be very filtered peak views and possibly views from some mountaintops and higher elevations it might be visible. But the panels are black, they comply with the design review guidelines, and they're much lower reflectivity than typical window glass. These panels measured out at below 6% reflectivity, which is less than we require for most lakefront homes. The forest itself doesn't have any special habitat designations for plants or animals. So while it is a forest, there's no special habitat designation. And picking this site really left the surrounding forest intact, transitioning down to the adjacent SEZ. So if I were to go out to the PUD property and try to pick a site that was least impactful environmentally, this is it. But there obviously are still impacts. Trees have to be cut down, et cetera. We have a pretty significant condition that allowed us to make the findings related to the additional 100-foot clearing area. Clearly, you can't have trees in the middle of the array. The proposal was initially to basically clear this 100-foot buffer, but the condition requires that those dimensional requirements, small trees and shrubs below that angle be retained, revegetation plan with native shrubs, grasses, small trees. So within the panel itself, it'll have wood chip ground cover within the panel array. Outside the array, it'll be naturalized, but with the taller trees removed. The tree removal was the biggest review topic, I would say. Next slide, please. I touched on scenic, I think already, just very well screened. I doubt you'll see future projects that could be as well screened, but even when visible, the low reflectivity and dark color, it's going to be much less prominent than the existing wastewater treatment facility, maybe when you're viewing it from the top of a mountain or something like that. Wildlife, again, no special habitat. There is requirement and mitigation for pre-construction nest survey in case any birds decide to settle down up there. Those would not be disturbed. And then on water quality, we have several conditions related to that. To use standard paving and BMPs for the access road. Gravel was initially proposed. A wood mulch under panels to infiltrate the groundwater and prevent sediment from running off. In terms of access into the solar arrays, there will not be motor vehicle access except for emergencies, necessary repairs, those types of things. So there aren't going to be drive aisles between the panels, for example. And the requirement for snow removal is that if they do need to remove snow, it's done without disturbing the ground, basically in an over snow fashion, more like with snowcats than with road plowing type equipment, so that a foot of natural compacted snow would be maintained and they wouldn't remove snow all the way down to the mud if we have heavy winters. So with those requirements, we're able to make all those findings as well. Next slide, please. Public participation, Julie mentioned the extensive process they've gone through to get to this point. In addition to that, we sent out property notices within 300 feet of the broader project area. So that caught quite a few properties in the surrounding area. The input received as of yesterday, last I checked, a solid letter of support from the City of South Lake Tahoe manager, letters of support from 15 residents, and a letter of concern from 1 resident. With that, that'll wrap up my presentation. I believe we have the staff recommendation, which is to approve the required findings and approve the project subject to the conditions mentioned. I'm happy to answer any questions. I'm sure the PUD is, and Paul Nielsen's here as well.
Great. Well, thank you so much. Great presentation, very thorough. We had quite a few questions already, but let's go back to the board and see what other questions might have arisen in the latter part of this presentation. Mr. Bass?
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. Yeah, super excited for this project. Again, it's very aligned with our city goals to, become fully net zero by 2030. So I think it's great. I do have, just, I guess, concerns around the snow removal, exactly how, I've continued to think about when they will make a panel that has just a little heating element that could be turned on during the snowfall. So like we heat sidewalks or whatever, it would just melt as it hits. It doesn't seem that complicated, but is that technology, yeah. And I would imagine also, I guess a second question to that is this the only type of solar array that we've seen in snow country, at least snow country like ours, or are there other examples in the world?
Maybe I'll answer the second part of that and hand it over to Julie for the first. The town of Truckee wastewater treatment facility has a solar array. It's smaller than this one, doesn't generate quite as much power, but there are solar arrays that work in snow country at elevation. I've had panels on my roof for approximately 10 years. They did hold up to about 5 feet of compacted snow last winter. I was a little nervous, but they didn't crack. So as Julie mentioned, they're pretty durable. They naturally shed when it starts to warm up, but there will be instances when some form of snow removal is needed. That's why we put that detailed condition that they do it over snow like a ski area would, and that will really prevent the pollutant runoff that was of concern.
And as we were researching both the viability and the practicality of an array of this size in snow country, we did talk to Truckee about their array and their experience with it, as well as town of Mammoth. Now, Mammoth is a little bit different. They have articulating solar panels, which does help with angling them to minimize the snow accumulation. But the feedback we got from them was they wouldn't do that again, that the maintenance required to keep those things operational was far more impactful to their operation than just dealing with a major snowfall when it came. So we steered away from that sort of way to clear snow. But like I said, the angle of the panels combined with orientation should really help them to be passively self-clearing. And we shouldn't need to do the active clearing very often. So.
Great. Yeah, I guess. And the other kind of thought that comes to mind is how high off of the ground they're going to be. Because I mean, 3 to 5 feet is pretty common. So yeah, just curious to the.
Yeah, the that minimum, that low edge of being 4 feet, that was the tallest that we could go with the supports without getting into a real structural challenge for the array itself. Yeah, we were very attentive to that as well. I think the typical, we were told, was more like 2 feet off the ground. So we tried to get them as high as we could while keeping the project financially viable.
And my last question, I think you pointed to, somebody said something about the catchment basin. I'm assuming that's on Blackbart and Pioneer, the large.
The emergency retention basins. Yeah, I think that's what they were referring to as well.
Okay, and I'm just thinking for the future, I mean, I'm in support of this location, but I would hope that we're going to continue to do more of these in the future. Was it looked at the viability of creating like a steel frame that would go over that? Because in that situation, if you gapped these panels, snowfall would fall in between them, and it would seem that you would possibly create some benefits because you've already got the under basin, even different ways to potentially heat.
Yeah, so we did take a look at that site, using it in a couple of different ways. You could have similar ground mounted foundations going down through that liner, but that really does impact the integrity of the liner itself, whose primary purpose is to protect the environment from our primary use of those basins, which could be sending untreated wastewater to those basins in an emergency situation. So that did not seem to be the best kind of combination of purposes in our mind. Now, there are technologies out there for floating solar arrays intended for basins that are usually full of water. Ours is usually not full of water. And then combine that with the fact that this is a much more aggressive than just like a potable water situation. The vendors that we talked to with that kind of array were not interested in a project in which their panels would be floating in wastewater.
That makes sense. And just a thought that came to mind, what about just going straight across with steel? Because we're not talking about a huge amount of weight. So creating a frame that doesn't have to go through the liner, but is all the way across the basement or the basin.
Yeah, building a bridge basically across to support these, because those are deceivably large basins, many acres. And so that would have made the project again financially infeasible, I'm afraid.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bass. Other questions, board members, comments? In the room, I'm not seeing any hands go up. Online, would any of our board members have any comments or questions? Okay, not seeing any there, so we'll go to public comment on this item. If any member of the public wishes to address the committee on this agenda item, please raise your hand now, either in person or by clicking the raise hand button at the bottom of your Zoom screen or by dialing *9 on your phone. So I'm first looking out here. Yes, sir. Please come to the podium. Whoops. Yeah.
Green button. Hi, Shane Romsis. I am a director on SDPUD's board, and I just want to extend my gratitude to Julie and Paul and Arlo, and as well as SDPUD staff for spending a lot of time working through this. I've been working on this particular project for the last, since 2020 at least. So really glad that we finally have made it. I think the benefits have been outlined pretty well in the presentation. Just maybe want to further emphasize the ability of this system to help us improve the reliability and the cost savings that we're looking to achieve through this project. And that those cost savings would be then reinvested into our facility, our infrastructure, sewer pipelines and water lines, things like that. So I appreciate your consideration of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in the public? Yes, sir. Please come up.
Good afternoon, governing board members. My name is Nick Exline. I'm a member of the STPUD Board of Directors. And as my brother said, I always belonged on the stupid board. So I'm happy to be with you today. I'm also the chairman of the City of South Lake Tahoe's 100% renewable community, but I'm not talking on either of those hats today. I'm talking as a community member because Julie Ryan hit it right. Today is a day of celebration, and I want to share what it took to get here today. What I will submit to you today is the most vetted project in the history of Tahoe, and I can tell that to you with all assurances because I was there from the beginning. I was sitting in a room in Artemis with those amazing fries with a former governing board member as we discussed we wanted the City of South Lake Tahoe to go 100% renewable. I was in the audience and gave the presentation when the City of South Lake Tahoe unanimously supported 100% renewable energy. In 2018, I ran for the STPUD board and I personally knocked on 3,500 doors. And you know what I said to every one of those individuals? STPUD is going solar. If you vote for Nick Exline, STPUD is going solar. They didn't vote for me, they voted for solar. We as a community can continue voice our support for solar. I was joining that election with city council members, Lake Tahoe School District board members. It established the STZ with every large business entity on the South Shore coming together to support renewable energy. I put together marches. We signed petitions. I helped those kids miss school that one day, although I don't take full responsibility for that. But it was a valuable exercise. We worked as a community. It was an incredible grassroots effort. Coming onto the STPUD board, to all the questions you could conceivably have, I'm going to tell you, the day I showed up, it was not all roses and support. The people sitting behind you asked the most challenging questions you could possibly imagine, and this has been vetted in every conceivable way possible. What this project is this project is the culmination of what we as a community want to see. Grassroots advocacy, uniting with the beauty of the democratic process to bring forward these projects. TRPA, the City of South Lake Tahoe, uniting in their planning efforts to bring forward these exercises. And so what I want for this board today, as we celebrate, as we get ready for Earth Day, is to ask you, are you going to join the City of South Lake Tahoe? We as a community support solar. TRPA supports solar. Because what's so important with all our planning exercises and all the things we do, I work in planning, I deal with this entity in a lot of ways. We need to stop talking and we need to start walking. This is the first project in the Tahoe Basin that walks these plans that sit on our shelves, that these consultants pay for. This is what our community wants. Again, this is the most vetted project in the history of the City of South Lake Tahoe, and I would argue the TRPA governing board. I thank you so much for your time. I thank you so much for your effort to get here. And to all the people that spent the time to get here, you will always be in my memory. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nick. That was impassioned and energized, and we need that sometimes to remember those issues. I don't see anyone else here in the room. Please raise your hand if you'd like to speak to us. Okay, then we'll go online. If you are online, please raise your hand on your Zoom screen or hit *9. Do we have any public commenters online?
Madam Chair, there are no hands raised to comment online.
Okay. So then I'll come back to, we'll close the public hearing or comments and we'll come back to the board. Do we have any further comments? Okay, Ms. Aldine?
Yes, Nick, that was very impassioned, and I appreciate the energy and the commitment of a lot of people in this room today. I'm going to vote for this project as a member of this board because I understand that, first of all, I want to support the efforts of the local community and the STPUD to realize their objective of cleaner energy production. However, my concern is 30 years from now, I don't want these panels to end up in the Carson City landfill because that's where I live. And those contaminants could leach into the groundwater, and that's where we get our water, our drinking water. So I'm going to support it, but with that reservation. And that's a topic for another day, as to whether or not Carson City landfill will even accept those panels when they start to degrade. So I just want to go onto the record to express my concern. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just had a couple comments. One is, you know, I believe that with where we're headed in our country, we are going to have innovation in how to dispose and reuse of these panels before the expiration of these. And I've got to believe that because I've got to have hope. That's why we all sit here every day with hopefully looking at our glasses half full. But your comments and concerns are very much appreciated by me in living with the legacy of decisions from the past and that we thought were well-intentioned but didn't materialize. One other comment is I know Placer County just approved a very large solar project that SMUD, Sacramento Municipal Utility District, put forward in our western part of our county. And they're doing demonstration projects with UC Davis on agriculture and grazing and pollinators under the panels. So it was amazing to look at the research and efforts going into how these can really be compatible with our environment. Of course, that's a different environment than we have here, where we're harvesting snow more than other things. But, you know, we're making great strides. And I think it's important to realize technology will find solutions. We just have to get all the brain power and passion into that as well. Mr. Bash, you had a comment?
I was just excited to make a motion. That's all.
Well, then please do.
All right, I'll put forward a motion to approve the required findings, including a mitigated finding of no significant effect as set forth in attachments A and E, and a motion to.
We're
Excuse
going to
me,
do these one at a time.
just one. All right, there it is.
Okay, we have a motion. Any comments or questions? Call the roll, please, Maria.
Mr. Bass,
Yes.
Miss Aldine,
Yes, with reservations.
Miss Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Miss Bowman,
Yes.
Miss Faustinos,
Yes.
Miss Dis,
Yes.
Mr. Henningsman,
Yes.
Miss Hill,
Yes.
Miss Lane, Miss Hales,
Yes.
Miss Loomer,
Yes.
Mr. Settlemeyer,
Yes.
Miss Williamson, Miss Gustafson.
I want to try to say yes with the passion that Nick had. Yes.
Madam Chair, the
Okay,
motion
Mr.
passes.
Bass, do you want to go on to? the
Sure.
second motion?
I'll put forward a motion to approve the proposed revisions to the project subject to the conditions contained in the draft permit as shown in attachment B.
Okay, if there's no comments or questions, we'll go to a roll call vote.
Miss Williamson, Miss Loomer,
Yes.
Mr. Settlemeyer,
Yes.
Miss Lane, Miss Hales,
Yes.
Mr. Henningsman,
Yes.
Miss Hill,
Yes.
Miss Faustinos,
Yes.
Miss Dis,
Ms. Dis?
I'm sorry, I said yes. I guess
No.
my mic wasn't picking.
Miss Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Miss Bowman,
Yes.
Mr. Bass,
Yes.
Miss Aldine,
Yes, with reservations.
Miss Gustafson.
Yes, with passion. How's that?
Madam Chair, the motion passes.
I want to thank you. Congratulations for the hard work this has taken, obviously. And we all know that meeting the needs of our community come in many forms, wastewater, water, solar power, energy, transportation, all the issues we've been talking about today. So thank you for innovating this and bringing it forward. And we hope to see
Madam-
more with reservations on others. So
Madam Chair, may
Yes.
I offer a concluding remark too? I just, again, Julie Reagan, TRPA's director, congratulations as well. I just wanted to thank again, Paul Nielsen, Arlo mentioned this was a team effort and Paul worked really diligently to make this happen today and to work collaboratively with our partner at STPUD. And I also wanted to remind some of the newer board members of what a unique mission that South Tahoe Public Utility District and all of our wastewater treatment providers in the basin provide. You know, we banned septic tanks in around 1970 in Lake Tahoe, where I grew up in the Chesapeake Bay watershed. They're still struggling with septic tank pollution of the water quality issues in the Chesapeake Bay. And it comes at a great cost to treat the wastewater to a very high degree and to export it outside of the watershed, all for the benefit of Lake Tahoe. And were it not for that particular policy, which was advocated by Dr. Charles Goldman in his initial research on the lake with UC Davis, we may have already lost the lake's clarity at this point. So really hats off to the job of STPUD and all of our wastewater providers around the basin. And this is a new level of work and excitement. So with passion, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all. Congratulations. Julie, did we want to move to a lunch break
Madam Chair,
or keep
I
going?
would recommend a lunch break if it's the will of the board. And then we will get back. We still have 3 public hearing items after lunch to get
Okay.
through and reports before the Regional Planning Committee will start, which is at 3 o'clock. So we do have time for around a 30 to 40-minute lunch break if the board is okay with that.
So why don't we plan on a 1:15 timeframe to start back the governing board meeting? So those of you online will come back no sooner than 1:15 and hopefully right at 1:15 if I keep my gavel going. Thank you. Hey, good afternoon, everyone. We're going to reconvene the TRPA Governing Board. It is 1:16 p.m. And we're going to move on now to item 9, TRPA public hearings. This first item, 9A, is an amendment to the Washoe County Tahoe Area Plan to add schools, kindergarten through secondary as a special use within the Wood Creek regulatory zone for those parcels equal to or greater than 3 acres in size. Information on this item can be found on page 263. And as a reminder to the public, after the staff presentation and board discussion on this item, we will hear public comment. So with that, oh, hi, Michelle. Yes, turning it over to Michelle Brown.
Madam Chair and board members, I'm Michelle Brown, Associate Long Range Planner with TRPA for the record. We have a request from Washoe County proposing an amendment to their area plan, Tahoe area plan. The proposed change would allow an additional use of kindergarten through 12th grade schools on parcels of 3 acres or larger with a special use permit within the Wood Creek regulatory zone. TRPA staff have prepared a staff report, which I believe is 263 of your packet. Summarizing the proposed amendment, and it's been determined to be in compliance with the TRPA regional plan and in conformance with the Code of Ordinances. The documents supporting these findings can be found in attachments D through G of the staff report. This item was heard by RPC on March 27th and APC on April 20th, in which both recommended approval of the proposed amendment. I'd like to highlight for the board that this item today is not a project approval, but rather a request for a zoning amendment to an area plan to add a land use with a special use permit. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me move my mic closer. Okay, thank you. Where do I start? Oh, yeah. The special use permit is a subsequent decision-making process with a higher level of review that requires additional documentation, noticing, and public hearing occurring both at the county and regional levels. There are currently 2 active temporary use permit holders within the Wood Creek regulatory zone that could be affected by the proposed area plan amendment. If the proposed amendment is approved, a special use permit application will be submitted and reviewed. A review will be required for these two permit holders to continue this use. Courtney Wyke with the Washoe County is going to be joining us remotely, and we'll go through a presentation on this proposed Tahoe area plan amendment and answer any questions that the board may have, as well as public. Following the presentation and comments, the board will be asked to make a motion on this item. And did we get Courtney back? Okay, good. Courtney is online to go through her presentation, so I will hand it over to Courtney Wyke with Washoe County now.
Good afternoon, Courtney. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Michelle, for that introduction. Very well stated. Appreciate it. I'm Courtney Wyke, Senior Planner with Washoe County, and I'm here to present to you a request from Washoe County to amend the Tahoe area plan. Next slide, please. So as stated by Ms. Brown, the request is to amend Washoe County Tahoe Area Plan, Section 110.220.275 to add schools kindergarten through secondary use type as a permitted use, subject to a special use permit on those parcels in size equal to or greater than 3 acres within the Tahoe Wood Creek regulatory zones. Kindergarten, elementary, and secondary schools serving grades up to 12 are considered in this category and include denominational and non-sectarian schools. Next slide, please. Sorry for the delay. It looks like I had a transition there. So here's an image of the Wood Creek regulatory zone. It's shown in green there. It's generally located west of Mountain Rose Highway, south of College Drive, east of Village Boulevard, and north of Tahoe Boulevard. The Wood Creek regulatory zone is one of 16 residential regulatory zones in the Tahoe area plan. These regulatory zones focus primarily on single-family dwellings, but allow for other use types such as multifamily and a broad scope of public service and resource management uses. The primary vision for residential regulatory zones is to maintain safe and functional residentially focused regulatory zones with development that contributes to the desired community character. The Wood Creek regulatory zone also includes a designated special area shown on the west end portion there, highlighted in red with a little dots overlay. And that is on 2 parcels. It's established to allow public service uses on publicly owned parcels. Next slide, please. So here is a slide indicating the parcels highlighted in yellow, which represent those parcels greater in size than 3 acres, of which the proposed additional use would be allowed subject to a special use permit. The only privately owned parcels are currently owned by St. Francis and Village Church, and they encompass 3 separate parcels. Next slide, please. Little bit of history on how we got here and the steps and outreach that have occurred thus far. In June of 2023, the Washoe County required a neighborhood or community meeting. The notice was sent to 198 properties. 20 people attended. Public concerns at that time included traffic, noise, parking, possible environmental impacts, fire safety, and possible potential negative impacts to existing public schools. On June 8th of 2023, a development code amendment application was submitted to Washoe County. As a point of clarification for Washoe County's purposes, this is a development code amendment due to the way the area plan is adopted and incorporated into Washoe County's development code. However, it is an area plan amendment to TRPA. In September of 2023, there was a TRPA at that time, Regional Planning Implementation Committee informational meeting. TRPA received nearly 100 written public comments. Approximately 36 were in opposition and 55 expressed support for the amendment. Oh, and apologize, this is incorrect here. There were 11, I believe, public comments in support of the that provided supportive testimony for the proposed amendment. At that time, all RPIC members expressed support for the proposal with no notable concerns raised. In November of 2023, the Washoe County Planning Commission heard the request and voted unanimously to recommend approval of the Development Code Amendment, which is WDCA 23-0001 to the Board of County Commissioners. The Board of County Commissioners held meetings in January and February of this year to adopt the first and second readings. And the vote was unanimous to adopt the DCA and subject to the TRPA approval. In addition to these events, and as mentioned in the TRPA staff report and by Ms. Brown, this proposed amendment was heard at the Advisory Planning Commission and the Regional Planning Commission in March and April of this year, and both committees passed motions recommending approval to the governing board. Next slide, please. There are 27 regulatory zones within the Tahoe area plan. The requested school use type is only permitted outright in the Incline Village Commercial Regulatory Zone and are permitted only with a special use permit in the Incline Village Residential and Fairway Regulatory Zones. Next slide, please. Little bit of background into the applicants and the stated justification for their request to the county. St. Clair's, one of the applicants, was founded in 2018 and is the only Catholic school offered in the North Tahoe area. In 2022, St. Clair's was informed their existing lease would not be renewed for the 22-23 school year and therefore was in search of a new location. Since 2022, they have been operating out of St. Francis at 701 Mount Rose Highway under a temporary use permit issued by TRPA. The second applicant is Village Church, which is also located within the Wood Creek Regulatory Zone north of St. Francis, and they too wish to operate an elementary school in addition to the existing preschool. Village Church representatives met with Washoe County staff early on to begin the process to establish a proposed school use type and were informed the use type was not currently allowed. At that time, staff indicated that St. Clair's was already pursuing a code amendment for the same purpose, and therefore Village Church and St. Clair's agreed to collaborate and submitted a combined application to Washoe County on this requested subject amendment. Next slide, please. If the amendment is adopted by TRPA, Village Church and St. Clair's or subsequent property owners would still be required to obtain an approved special use permit to establish the school use. And I believe Ms. Brown did a good job of explaining that. For the TRPA side, the special use permit process is a site-specific review of a use that requires special use findings to determine if the uses have the potential to adversely affect other land uses, transportation systems, public facilities, or environmental resources in the vicinity. The special use permit process requires a neighborhood notification, a neighborhood meeting, and a public hearing. And if you could just click, and here is the actual text amendment that would occur if this was to be adopted, shown in red. As you can see, it would add schools kindergarten through secondary with the land use permit type being indicated as a special use. And then the asterisk that indicates that it would only be allowed on those parcels in size equal to or greater than 3 acres. Next slide, please. Over the course of really the past year between both TRPA and Washoe County, we have received probably at this point well over 200 public comments, and those have been included in your packet. And it's been a mix of support and opposition, predominantly similar to the neighborhood meeting as I discussed earlier, with concerns surrounding around traffic, noise, parking, environmental impacts, fire safety, and possible potential negative impacts to public schools. This requested amendment was sent to all the pertinent agency and Washoe County departments. No comments or concerns were received in opposition. Miss Anne Marie Lane is the project representative, and I believe she may be in the room and is available for questions and can summarize responses to those concerns as warranted, as well as to any technical questions for the environmental documents prepared as required by TRPA. And with that, that concludes my presentation, and I am happy to answer any questions that you may have of me now. Otherwise, it's to the chair's pleasure of whether or not to bring up the applicants, the applicant to the county that we are collaborating with in this request to TRPA, Ms. Anne Marie Lane, to respond to questions as well.
First, I'd like to go to the board and see about any comments or questions. Julie and Courtney, thank you for that presentation. Do we want to have the applicant come up or ask the questions now?
As questions arise, we'll
Okay.
just see what comes up from the board.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Aldine.
Courtney, I noticed that the applicant originally requested that a special use permit be issued through the 8th grade, not through high school. So I'm wondering if this project would have been a little more palatable to the surrounding residents if it had not included a full secondary complement of kids.
Yes, Courtney Wakey for the record. Great question. While the applicant has indicated that that is their intention, that would be something that we would or could potentially include as a condition of approval for the special use permit specific to the project. And at that time may do exactly that in, possibly providing some relief in that it is only going up to the 8th grade. However, what we are proposing or what is before you is adding the use type, which does allow going up to the 12th grade. If we were to have requested it to go to 8th grade, that would be, I may ask maybe somebody from TRPA to jump in, because the area plan does defer to TRPA's definition of permissible uses. That would potentially have to be an amendment to the definition of the schools through secondary use type. Maybe if anybody from TRPA would like to clarify that, but that would be my response.
Thank you, Courtney. TRPA, do we?
Yes, Michelle Brown for the record. TRPA does list under the public services a primary use of kindergarten through secondary, and secondary typically includes up to 12th grade.
So as I understand Courtney's response is that restriction to the 8th grade through the 8th grade would have to be a condition imposed on the project itself. Is that correct?
Thank you. And I know we have received numerous comments over quite a long time from residents in the area with concerns. So I want to make sure that the record reflects that we've received all those, and that I'm sure we'll have additional public testimony today on that. Are there any other questions from board members? Not in the room. Anybody online from board members? Okay, then we'll go to public comment on this item. If there's any member of the public that wishes to address the board on this agenda item, please raise your hand now, either in person or clicking the raise hand button at the bottom of your Zoom screen, or dial *9. So first I'm looking out into the public here. Ma'am, yes, please come forward. And if there's anyone else, just indicate that. Not seeing any.
actual map of our town. First of all, my name is Sean Comstock. I have lived in the neighborhood for over 30 years and been a neighbor of the churches. I'd like to see the hands of anybody that has walked or been in our community and walked our neighborhoods to see actually what is going on and the 6 parcels that you are here to vote on today to rezone my neighborhood, Wood Creek. Any hands? Anybody can raise your hands? 2, 3. So yellow, everything in the yellow. My neighborhood is right below the yellow. Here are some facts. Our public schools are now all 3 known as STEM schools, all 3 of our public schools. Facts affecting our neighborhood rights. It is a deterrent to the quiet enjoyment of my property over the past 2 years underneath these temporary permits. Mount Rose Highway is our evacuation route. If you can look here, for us to try to get out and get the hell out of there in case of a paradise-like fire. Parking on Mount Rose Highway from the last 2 years. There you go, just like that. This is on a Thursday afternoon. Okay, lower parking lot at the church is full. They're parking on the highway. There is no infrastructure, crosswalks, or anything. Please take note of this. There has been a petition of over 50 neighbors, 50 people who live in our neighborhood that has been submitted to the advisory board and to you, Ms. Hill. One wealthy family has paid Dow Engineering to rezone our neighborhood, and that would be the Rudenhausers. And then the village church jumped on board with them. The Catholic Church is not paying for this rezoning. One wealthy family that owns a Montessori school that now has turned it into a Catholic school is trying to rezone my neighborhood to schools. That would be 2 high schools within a block of each other in my neighborhood. Village Church has had a beautiful nursery school that has been in our town for a very long time, and they did a great job. That is fact. But now they want to build it to a high school, and they're on Mount Rose Highway, our evacuation route. Fact. Dow has at the last meeting stated that there would be 186 students at these schools. At our neighborhood meeting on June 2nd, we've only had one. They said 120 students. Now that has risen. I don't know what their intentions are. You guys talk about VMT trips from North Shore, from Tahoe City, from Kings Beach, from Truckee. They are advertising for people to come to these towns. As Ann Nichols said, Crystal Bay Hill is a cluster for bicycles and for traffic. You are going to get a huge traffic increase to come to these 2 proposed schools on our fire evacuation route. There are no buses. This is a fact. There are no buses for any of these 2 schools to take their students to these schools. Another fact that you guys should know is Dow is a client of Washoe County's for other projects within Washoe County. They work together. So here I am, Michelle, Anne Marie Lane, and Courtney's. They get paid to talk about my neighborhood. I have to take time off work to come here and speak about my neighborhood that I have lived in for over 30 years. We have tried to make the case as best we can through all of us. Please look at the oppositions. Please look at the petitions. And it is a very dangerous place with no infrastructure to put 2 schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to address the board? Yes, please.
Tim Gilbert, the Village Church. I'm one of the applicants. The bottom line for us is we want to teach children about Jesus Christ, to grow up to have a relationship with him. And that is our main objective. We want to follow the rules. So here we are to follow the rules. we would not be in the position we are to want to teach elementary school children those things without being good neighbors. We want to be good neighbors. There was comment made about the preschool. It's existed for 25 years without complaint, or very, very small amount of complaint. Anytime something comes up, we bend over backwards to make those people happy. So I would ask you to approve this development code amendment. There's still a special use permit process, which will have us taking even a greater look at the neighbors' needs. But this request exists from a place of us wanting to teach our kids more about our beliefs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room for public comment on this item? Okay, I see we have some hands raised. Catherine, will you? And if there's anyone else who would like to address this item, please raise your hand and you'll be called on.
Madam Chair, we have 4 hands raised so far. The first hand up was Gia Roundhorst. Gia, please unmute to address the board.
Hi, my name is Gia Rowenhorst, and I am a resident of Incline Village and a parent of a student who has been with St. Clair's Tahoe since its inception. We respect the choice of the educational, a parent's ability to choose the education they want for their child. My husband and I made a decision that we wanted our Catholic faith integrated into our child's education. And without St. Clair's Tahoe, we did not have an option in the Tahoe Basin. It's disingenuous to say that the school is not associated with St. Francis. It is it is part of the Diocese of Reno. It is a recognized Catholic school, and while it is young, it is a place where parents who are seeking a choice to integrate their Catholic faith or their faith into their child's education is happening. I'd also like to note it's the only Montessori school in North Tahoe. And so for families that are looking for the Montessori method, this is an unusual educational choice. It's not something that can be provided. And the philosophy of Maria Montessori is one that parents do seek out, not every parent, but some parents. And so St. Clair's is providing that option for families in the Tahoe Basin. Thank you very much for your consideration. Thank you very much for all of the work over the past several years in the approval process of this. And I encourage you to do the approval for the special use, the approval to continue to move on to the special use permit process today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Next hand up is Will Phillips. Will, please unmute to address the board.
Oh, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. As a resident of Incline Village, a short walk from these 2 churches, I support this amendment. Sometimes an issue is much bigger than it can be described in a few words on the agenda. And that's the case here. This is about much more than just adding schools to Incline Village. This amendment supports the core American value of religious freedoms vis-a-vis school choice. So make no mistake, this is much larger than just adding schools to the Wood Creek zone. Approving this amendment will allow the families of Incline Village to have a choice to raise our children with a faith-based education. And we currently do not have that choice. So the difference here is between having a choice and not having a choice. It's very clear and stark in comparison. And comparing these schools to public schools is apples and oranges, right? Public schools are not capable of and are not allowed to provide a religious education. And so these schools are critical and are in need. That's why they're applying for the permits, because there is a demand for these schools. And I'd like to reiterate, there's no safety issue here. As already was mentioned, children have been in these two locations, these two churches for decades with no issues, no safety issues. And there's no parking issue either. I saw someone had posted a picture there in person of traffic that was not related to the children of these schools. It's kids are dropped off, so there's no traffic issue, no parking issue. Those pictures are shown that were shown earlier related to or not related to school activities. That's for sure. And while there are a small number of people opposed, this amendment supports the greatest good for the greatest number of people in our community. And these schools support this community. Predominantly, the students are going to be from this community. Many of the parents and staff of these schools and of these churches have spent a lifetime serving their country and their communities. And I'd ask that you please honor that service and approve this very common sense amendment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Next.
The next hand raised is Debbie Larson. Debbie, please unmute to comment to the board.
Let them finish talking after everybody's done.
All right. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I've lived in Incline Village for over 25 years, and today I'm asking you to please approve the Wood Creek rezoning amendment. With its insightful limitations, which make total sense, the amendment will not adversely affect the character of the neighborhood, of which St. Francis has been part of since 1965, before most of the residents currently there, which means they were integral in creating the character of the community, of the neighborhood. I totally understand safety considerations. I'm on the other side of Mount Rose Highway in the adjacent Ponderosa subdivision. But I just wonder how sincere those concerns that keep coming up are, because the church has been operating there for so long with weddings and funerals and draws of, hundreds of people, much less than the school. And as Will mentioned before me, the cars parked on Mount Rose Highway, that's been happening, far before when the school was there. The people don't park on the highway for the school. I just want to point out one other thing, and that is that Catholic education has been an integral part of not just our country, but of our world. Many of the universities, including STEM studies, Catholic support science, have been around and part of our faith for millennia, or at least, centuries. They're dedicated to education, they're dedicated to hospitals and healthcare, and they are dedicated to the community and the growth of people beyond themselves. That school, St. Clair's, has has about half the students that aren't even Catholic. So it would not only not detract from the character of the neighborhood, but it could easily enhance it. Thank you for your support.
Thank you, Ms. Larson. Next.
Next hand raised is Paige Roodhouse. Paige, please unmute to address the board.
Good afternoon. I'm Paige Roodhouse. I'm the executive director, and together with my husband, Alex, the founder of St. Clair's Tahoe. We are parishioners of St. Francis Catholic Church and have been for the last 11 years. And St. Clair's is a small Catholic Montessori school operated with the express permission of Bishop Muggenborg as a ministry of the Catholic Church in the Diocese of Reno. Today, we are seeking the rezoning that would allow us to permanently operate in our spiritual home to provide a religious education to the children in our community. Access to the sacraments of Holy Communion and confession, as well as the opportunity to participate in adoration of the Blessed Sacrament, are essential components of Catholic education that take place only within our Catholic Church. St. Clair's is a 501c3 nonprofit pre-K through 8 Catholic school that has been serving North Tahoe for 6 years. The first 4 years we operated in Tahoe Vista out of a different church, the North Tahoe Hebrew Congregation. We're a small school. We serve only a total of 20 families and 42 students, and only 3 of our families commute from the greater area. So the vast majority of our families and students are Incline Village residents. We're a licensed childcare provider as well, serving the community by offering childcare for children as young as 2.5 years old, which is a critical infrastructure component for working parents. Our Montessori school enriches our community by providing access to a world-renowned education model that is based on a self-paced, differentiated learning method, which is great for students with learning differences, and we do serve many of those. We charge less than half the tuition charged by the other private schools in the Tahoe area, while offering aggressive financial aid that's awarded to enable families with financial hardship to attend, and currently 25% of our students receive full financial aid scholarships. Our existence is not the reason that the public middle school is closing. We currently only have 6 middle schoolers, and these parents are not interested in non-Christian school options, so they would be homeschooling if they weren't at St. Clair's. St. Francis has been in its current location for over 50 years, as Debbie said, and for decades, the church has been functioning as a community use building with far more activities involving much higher traffic than the numbers of children that St. Clair's adds to the location. Allowing St. Clair's to operate at St. Francis Church optimizes the use of this building. Students and staff use the building from 8:15 in the morning until 2:50 during the school week, a time during which the church doesn't have much use. After the school day and on weekends, St. Francis comes alive with ministry meetings, faith formation activities, weekend masses, weddings, and funerals. There's a huge precedent in Washoe County for co-locating Catholic schools with Catholic churches. In fact, all 4 Catholic schools in Reno are co-located with a Catholic church. The reason that Catholic schools need to be co-located with a Catholic church is that are those essential parts of the Catholic education where the students participate in our faith through the sacraments. We do have a robust, over 80-page emergency operations plan fully vetted by local law enforcement and fire. We worked and continue to work closely with Lieutenant Pete Sewell at Washoe County Sheriff and with Fire Inspector Jeffrey Smith at North Tahoe Fire to create, implement, and review this plan. Emergency services are aware of our presence and location and are confident in their ability to respond in the event of an emergency. The bottom line is if it isn't safe to have our small school operate at St. Francis during non-peak hours, then it also isn't safe for the hundreds of parishioners and their families to gather and attend Mass as they do each weekend. Please vote yes to this amendment and give our little nonprofit school the opportunity to exist. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
The next hand raised is Ann Nichols. Ann, please unmute to address the board.
Hi, Ann Nichols, resident North Shore, 54 years and raised Catholic. I just want to say what's missing in this argument is that this is a new use. It's not the existing church use or child education use. It's a new use. It's a high school. It's more people, it's more cars, and it's been shown that parents love to pick up their kids with their cars. And so, it just seems to be, again, like someone said, apples and oranges. You're not considering this new use. It's an expanded use. This changing zoning and incline according to someone who wants it, even though in this case it's a church, which, we changed 947 Tahoe. We changed all the zoning in Incline Village for that project. Now we're going to change the zoning in Woods Creek because the church wants to do a high school. I thought people moved to areas where they wanted their children to be educated. So you don't like how it is now, we have a high school, you could work with the school. It just seems really changing the community character of an area because you want a different education, which you could move and find. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nichols. Next.
And the last hand raised on Zoom, their name is The Village Church. If you could please identify yourself for the record and unmute to make your comment.
Hi, my name is Don Farrell, and I'm an elder at the Village Church. And I support all the positive attributes of church schools from a non-Catholic tradition that Paige described earlier for our Presbyterian school. The thing I want to point out that's different and maybe added is that, well, it's not a high school. We've had a preschool at our church for 20 plus years, and we have a wait list that's over 80 kids. So our community needs more preschool capacity, and we aim to provide it. But we're starting a grade school to serve parents who are currently unserved. Except for the St. Clair School, there are no Christian schools in all of North Shore of Tahoe. And we don't think we take any kids really out of the public schools because the parents who want to raise their kids with a faith-based education can't get that in the public school by law. So they go to homeschooling or to homeschool groups. We're serving those parents. And it's our desire to do so. I point out that the reason our tuition is less than half of the private schools is that, like St. Francis, we don't charge for the use of our facility. We charge only tuition based on out-of-pocket cash costs. So we think what we're doing is a service to the community. We hope to have substantial scholarship funds so nobody gets turned away because they can't afford it or even low tuition. So we're committed to serve the community. We're committed to serve parents who don't have alternatives to educate their kids. We love public schools. We're not against them in any respect. We don't take away from middle school and certainly not from the high school. We're talking preschoolers and grade schoolers here. And we'd love you to vote in support of our proposals. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further public comments?
Madam Chair, there are no more hands raised to comment.
Okay, then we're going to close the public comment period and come back to the board for any comments or questions. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
No
Ms.
problem.
Conrad Seda.
This Ashley Conrad Sater for the record. I guess I just wanted to reflect on the comments about this being a decision about, the freedom to attend a religious school. And I think this is a decision about a zoning, it's a zoning decision. And I just don't want that put on us because I think I can't speak for other board members, but I support religious freedom and the freedom to send your child to whatever school you choose. But this is a zoning discussion. And so I really want to separate those two and make sure that that the commenter understands that we're really thinking about this from a zoning perspective, not from removing choice of where you of how you practice or where you send your children to school.
Thank you. Well said. Other board members' comments? I just had a quick question. So I think in this discussion, I was looking at all the other special uses that this would be added to a long list of other things that are currently under that special use category, correct, in this zoning. And I think that's important to remember as we're talking about the context, because going back to the issue of zoning, right now, cultural facilities, government offices, local assembly and entertainment, rural sports, sport assembly, transportation routes, public utility centers, transit stations and terminals, local public health and safety facilities all fall under this same zoning. And so I don't find that for me that changing this use to a special use consistent with all of those still will still require review and conditions. And I don't see that as dramatically different. I'm sure that's what the Washoe County Commission saw as well, that this isn't providing additional capacity here that isn't already under all these other types of uses that could be converted. So is that fair to say, Ms. Hill?
Yes, Madam Chair, it is very fair to say, and I think when we as a board were looking at this, and I don't want to speak for other board members, but we saw it as an opportunity to look at each project individually with that SUP. I don't think the board would have been so open to it if it was just an allowed use. So that is where the board stood with our decision-making process.
Right. So any of those could also apply and could be very impactful for the same reasons. That said, I'm sure staff has heard these public comments on transportation, safety, the parking. Parking occurs there. It also occurs quite a bit further up the hill and the trail access and throughout that region. And so I know that is an ongoing safety concern with the speed of traffic and the volume of traffic coming down that road. So I assume that we'll be taking that into consideration when a project comes forward for a special use permit. Okay.
Yes. I realized I had one more question.
Yes.
We heard what the current population is of the school, and I'm just wondering what the projected increase is, just to get a sense of how school drop-offs and pickups would change or school use would change should there be a secondary school on site. And I don't know if we have an answer to that.
Michelle Brown for the record. There isn't a project a live project active as applicant for a special use permit, so I would defer that question maybe to Courtney with the county if there is anything to add to that.
There's also a representative here kind of nodding that she might have an answer. Again, we're not deciding the project today, just the
Right.
zoning, but I
But-
think it was a question to be answered. Is that okay if I ask her to come up?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
And this is Courtney Reiki, Washoe County. I'm just going to jump in here. While I understand the intent of that question, I do want to reiterate what Michelle stated in that at this point, it would just be kind of speculatory and nothing, you know, if they stated a certain number of students and it's different than what they stated today at the special use permit process, nothing would be binding at this point for the any potential future application.
No, I understand that. We just did hear
Thank
the
you.
public comments about
Perfect.
concerns over drop-offs and pickups. So I just want to get a sense of
Yes.
what the projected demand is.
Thank you. This is Anne Marie Lane, applicant's representative. Should this be approved, it is anticipated that both St. Clair's and Village Church will be submitting a special use permit. St. Clair's is looking at a capacity of up to 60 students. Village Church is looking at a capacity of up to 183 students. How these capacities were come to is based on the capacities of the existing infrastructure. And so neither of these schools are proposing to build new structures. I also want to point out that during the SUP process, that conditions of approval for a special use permit can include restrictions on student capacity and hours of operation. It'll be up to the applicant and the applicant's representative to justify those number of requests via documentation, traffic study, noise compliance, parking analysis, and traffic flow, et cetera. Did I answer your question? Thank you.
Any other comments or questions by board members? Yes. Oh, yes, Ms. Loomer.
Yeah, Alex Loomer for the record. So just to be totally clear, and this kind of goes back to one of the public comments. This is not approving the specific project. It's approving the amendment to the plan. It's also not about religious freedom. This could be any school, religious or otherwise, that could go in. Okay, just making that clear. Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that for the record and for the public listening. And again, clarifying that when they come forward with a project, then these issues of capacity and traffic and all that will need to be addressed, like it would for any of those other uses had they sold out and became a sport assembly area or something else on the list. Okay. Any questions from our board members online? I'm not seeing any. Okay, but then I'd entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, if I may add one thing for
Yes.
the record, Julie Reagan, TRPA Executive Director. I did want to share, to your point earlier, Madam Chair, that we have conveyed concerns about traffic and road safety to NDOT for purposes of special use permit down the road. So our staff have been in touch with NDOT and we'll be continuing to, continue that dialogue.
Excellent. That's very important as we go into that part of the process. Okay, then I'd entertain a motion. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Motion to approve the required findings as described in attachment D, including the finding of no significant effect for adoption of the Washoe County Tahoe Area Plan Amendment as described in the staff summary.
Okay, we have a motion. Maria, will you call the roll?
Ms. Alding,
Yes.
Mr. Bass,
Yes.
Ms. Bowman,
Yes.
Ms. Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Ms. Dis,
Yes.
Ms. Faustinos,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Mr. Hennigan,
Yes.
Ms. Hales,
Yes.
Ms. Lane, Mr. Settlemeyer, Ms. Loomer,
Yes.
Ms. Williamson, Ms. Gustafson.
Yes.
Madam Chair, that motion passes.
And then we have a second motion.
Yes, Madam Chair, a motion to adopt ordinance 2024, amending ordinance 2021-06 to amend the Washoe County Tahoe area plan as shown in attachment A.
Thank you. Motion is made. Maria, will you call the roll?
Mr. Bass,
Yes.
Ms. Aldine,
Yes.
Ms. Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Ms. Bowman,
Yes.
Ms. Faustinos,
Yes.
Ms. Dis,
Yes.
Mr. Henigman,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Ms. Lane, Ms. Hales,
Yes.
Ms. Loomer,
Yes.
Mr. Settlemeyer, Ms. Williamson, Ms. Gustafson.
Yes.
Madam Chair, that motion passes.
Thank you. And thank you all for your comments and we look forward, I'm sure, to more discussion on this as the project comes forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, we're going to move to item 9B, a resolution recognizing the environmental and community benefits of supporting affordable housing for all. Information on this item can be found on page 317. And as a reminder to the public, after staff presentation and board discussion on this item, we will hear public comment. And I believe, I don't know if we've received public comments on this. I don't think we have. We did on the previous one. Okay, I'll turn it over to Director Reagan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Julie Reagan, TRPA Director. I will make this item fairly brief. We wanted to offer a little context of bringing this resolution before you. Over the years, TRPA has used resolutions for various purposes, namely recognizing board members when they leave the board and using it to roast them a bit, embarrassing them. And we read them out loud, and we will not make you, Madam Chair, read this in its entirety. General Counsel Marshall has said we don't have to do that. So I will summarize that. But in other points of important policy discussions in the past, we have brought resolutions to the board. Many of you served in various capacities. I know Shelley did anyway with Co Swobe, who is a Nevada appointee, and Co would bring a resolution every year declaring wildfire as the #1 priority of TRPA in the very early days, even before we had the Angora wildfire, and then certainly afterwards. So we've used resolutions to elevate issues at the board level, and then we have other declarations of Wildfire Awareness Week or National Radon Month of things that are of great import to our communities. But we thought it would be prudent to put this in the packet, again, recognizing this is Earth Week and housing and land use affects the environmental goals of the region and our ability to achieve our mission. And in putting it together, and Karen Fink and our team in planning helped us organize a lot of progress. And I thought it would be very nice for you to see there is work going on. And sometimes when we hear news story after news story and talk to our friends and neighbors, the crisis remains of affordability in the Tahoe Basin. And of course, that affects longer commutes, and it forces workers to move further away. And that has an environmental consequence and a community fabric consequence. Not to mention just the pollution from additional traffic and road wear. But at the heart of this resolution is to show that we are making progress. And we've tried to quantify some of that in the name of projects and policy shifts that have happened at every level of our community, at the local jurisdiction level, at the state level, and then getting federal grants to support this work as well. So I really do urge you to take a good look at it. But a couple of highlights I wanted to point out. It was just over a year ago that this board approved the Lake Tahoe Community College Student Housing Project. And that is well underway. The construction is ongoing. It's exciting to see it come up off the ground. It's a 100-bed dormitory project. And that is, of course, the first significant dormitory project on the South Shore. And they're really excited about that. Sugar Pine Village is also coming out of the ground with 248 affordable units in the city of South Lake Tahoe. And of course, that was state land That was conservancy-owned land that now, through partnerships with the city, St. Joseph's Land Trust, and lots of other incredible partners, we're going to have the biggest affordable housing project that will be having residents be able to move in this fall. And that's, of course, on a bike trail. It's next to a mobility hub transit area and very close to beaches and shopping, in the spirit of our regional plan. A couple other highlights. We pulled together the progress on accessory dwelling units. In the housing work, that was considered phase 1 of the housing work, and it's very consistent with getting more affordable units on the ground. And so we have 34 permits issued region-wide, and that was directly based on the work of this board and our local jurisdiction partners to expedite review. And there's been a lot of progress to even make it more affordable. The city of South Lake Tahoe is making it easier to have one set of plans, like actually 2 sets with architecture already done, and people can just take advantage of that to save money during their application process. And then we also included a mention of progress on the North Shore. And Member Aldean will remember taking a walk through Kings Beach when the Domus project, which was even before our regional plan update of 2012, was adopted. But we walked through the grid in Kings Beach and we looked at the condition of housing, which was so poor in that neighborhood. And that's 77 units on 5 different sites in Kings Beach, plus other affordable progress over on the North Shore. And then there's a host of other policy issues and leasing for locals on the North and South Shore. And then myriad partner jurisdictional improvements with new policies around inclusionary zoning and area plans that are coming forward in different jurisdictions like Douglas County, El Dorado County, that are considering housing. So sometimes it feels like it's a hopeless case, but it's not. And we know that by working together in the spirit of epic collaboration, that we can tackle this head on. We're not going to solve the problem alone. No one can. That's why we have to work together. But we are making progress. And we think it's very important because let's not forget, in so many places around the country, there's a crisis of people living on the streets and being unsheltered. And we know that housing affordability does drive homelessness. And that is certainly a huge concern for everyone that works at every level. And with any passion for the lake, we don't want to see that exacerbated in our community as well. So that was really just my overview of this resolution, and happy to have our team answer any questions on housing. And it really is just a reaffirmation of the progress that we're making and that we remain committed to pushing forward. One piece of good news that I will say, since we even drafted this resolution, word came down from the state of California that the city of South Lake Tahoe is now one of what's called pro-housing designated communities. And so 10 new communities in California were just announced recently. And we are really proud that we have the first jurisdiction in the basin to be added to that list, which unlocks new funding opportunities for more housing subsidies, which we know are quite necessary to make affordable housing a reality in our community. And so with that, I'll entertain any questions or for myself or for our team.
Thank you. One point of clarification, Placer County got a pro-housing county designation a year ago. So,
I did not know that.
well,
Countywide.
countywide.
Okay.
It was countywide.
Well, good deal.
Just have to put that
I
on the record,
appreciate
too.
that clarification. Friendly
Okay.
amendment.
So board members, comments or questions? I'm not seeing any in the room. Are there any of our board members online who'd like to comment on this item?
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions. I think the resolution's great. I think it's good to highlight all these things. And I'm curious, when we look at all the jurisdictions around the lake, have we kind of looked at, I don't want to call it a scorecard, but yes, the city has really put a lot of effort, and we're going to continue to, and this pro-housing designation was great to really highlight all that we're doing. But I think it's common that it's like, oh, the city's doing so much, but what is Douglas doing? And of course, there's differences between all of our counties. Carson City, of course, isn't gonna be developing any affordable housing. However, I'm just curious, have we kind of looked at like what our buy-in from each jurisdiction around the lake is with regards to housing?
Julie,
Madam
do you
Chair,
want
I'm happy
address
to
that?
jump in on that. And maybe I'll invite Karen Fink to come up and just to add to any comments I make. Thank you, Member Bass, for that. I think it, like in all things, it's in the spirit of partnership and collaboration that we operate. And we recognize that each community has its own unique circumstances, and we approach it more as a region. But we are trying to track the progress at that jurisdictional level. I think if you read all the various bullets, we try to capture the work that's going on around the basin. But maybe Karen has something she wants to add.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, Mr. Bass, could you repeat your question?
Yeah, so it's more, what I'm kind of asking is just looking at, that the housing problem is regional in a lot of ways. And yes, it's a regional issue, but what the contributions of each local jurisdiction are to that problem. And it's almost further of like wondering, are there metrics tied to each kind of with what each county should be doing to fix the problem and where we're at in that, or each jurisdiction, I should say, because we're not all counties, but just to kind of, and I call it a scorecard because it's almost just like, all right, with what we're doing, are we making an impact or are we not? And it would maybe point to the counties that may need to do more.
Yeah, thank you. And I can just add on a little bit to what our Executive Director, Julie Reagan, already said. But on the California side, the local jurisdictions do have specific housing targets that they need to report on in their general plans. That's the Regional Housing Needs Assessment. And on the Nevada side, there aren't those, those same requirements, but the Tahoe Prosperity Center and the Mountain Housing Council and Placer County have done quite a bit of extensive needs assessments that have identified the needs in those different areas. So as we, develop the housing incentives and that we've been working on, for instance, through the amendments that we just recently passed, we, really work with each of the local jurisdictions to try to make sure that those amendments are going to work in their area and help them achieve what's shown in that housing need. But we don't have like a specific metric tracking of showing, what each jurisdiction is doing towards a specific goal.
Okay.
And then just add to that, it's a great add on, Karen, Member Bass, just at the end of the day, we're charged with regional targets. We're trying to all row in the same direction to achieve our lake clarity standards, our transportation goals. And so it's really that collective impact model with everyone doing their part. And at the end of the day, we want to see those regional goals achieved.
Great. And I guess my only question that just brought up a second question to it is could we create those housing need targets that are regional, that spread across all the jurisdictions that are Tahoe specific, similar to what California has mandated to us, but across the Tahoe region?
It's a policy discussion, I would assume. It's not in our compact. Is that correct? But I would defer to council.
Correct.
So his answer was correct. It's not in the compact.
But we would have the authority, or we wouldn't if we decided to create the policy?
Just as a point of history, there was in the regional plan a kind of fair share requirement, and the board decided a number of years ago to move away from what proved to be a very contentious battle over who was obligated for what amount of affordable or workforce housing. And so now, as the executive director has stated, things are viewed much more in terms of a regional perspective, with the respective states, passing whatever specific housing elements and how to address their housing needs. But the board has in the past addressed fair share requirements for individual jurisdictions.
Interesting. Okay, good to know. Yeah, I think it may be interesting to revisit at some point, just because as we know, this is such a hot issue and it does take everybody playing a role in it. So anyways, interesting stuff. Thanks for the background.
Thank you, Mr. Bass. Ms. Hales.
Just wanted to report to the group. I did hear Mr. Bass ask about Douglas. And we have a relatively new county manager, and we have a very new strategic plan, and several places in our strategic plan, workforce housing is specifically called out as a priority. I know in my campaign that was one of my main 3 points. So I expect that Douglas will be looking at workforce housing in the near future.
Thank you. Any other board members here in the room with comments?
My question, I
Yes,
think
Ms. Aldean.
Cody specifically excluded Carson City. I'll just say that we have been an affordable housing provider for a long time.
Yes, no, Miss Aldine, I just mean here in the basin, because I don't think Thunderbird Lodge is becoming affordable anytime soon.
Thank you. Any of our other board members online with a comment or question? I would just, kind of in answering to you, Mr. Bass, I know that, for instance, on the North Shore, Placer County's been involved with the Mountain Housing Council. We were one of the initial funders of the Mountain Housing Council back in 2014, 2015. So for 10 years, that group has been working with the town of Truckee and Nevada County and the various employers to identify our needs. Those needs far exceed our RENA requirements. So our RENA requirements, I think right now, are 435 units in Placer County eastern area, meaning the Tahoe Basin. But we've identified far more need than that and are definitely trying to achieve much more workforce housing. And especially as I look at the VMT daily, watching people driving into the basin from Nevada plates in non-tourist times, you know, coming to work in the morning. It's incredible the amount of VMT being generated by our employees trying to get here to serve the community. So, and we don't have any other board member comments, so we're going to open up the public comment on this item. And I'll go first to those in the room and then come back to those online. So if you're online, please raise your hand now, and that way we'll be ready to call on you. So first, we'll start here in the room. Good afternoon, Ms. Holloway.
Madam Chair, members of the board and TRPA staff. Good to see you. I'm happy to be here to talk to you about housing. You know, we just couldn't be.
Stephanie, you have to introduce yourself
I'm
for the
sorry.
record.
I apologize. So Stephanie Holloway, I'm the Deputy CEO for Placer County here in the Tahoe City office. So extremely excited to be here to support this resolution. You know, I think highlighting our support from our board and your board, and really the alignment and recognition of the need for workforce. I know we talk about workforce housing and achievable housing, but really at the end of the day, it's our workforce. It's the people that we really need in our region. You know, those people support us. So they support our quality of life. They support our way of life. They support all the work that we're trying to do here in the basin to create balance between, you know, the natural and man-made environment. So I know you've talked a lot about the need for housing, so I won't belabor that, but I did want to highlight, you know, really the importance of this discussion. It is in every discussion that I have in my day, between talking to businesses, looking for employees to keep their businesses open, you know, for their standard work hours and just sustainability of those businesses. Our implementers, our partners who are doing the work to implement some of the projects that are so important, you know, looking for employees for those organizations, to, you know, my own organization, looking for bus drivers to really move forward some of our transportation initiatives in the region. So all of this really draws a parallel to the people that we need. We find that the common discussion is housing. It is truly a barrier for our workforce. And so I'm here to just support your resolution. You know, we've been challenged with housing prices, increase of housing prices, and that has really driven down the availability of those homes. You all know this. The next challenge, or the most recent challenge, is interest rates. So it is sort of feels like a rock we're trying to push up the hill all the time, and it's changing all the time. So that's the bad news. The good news is we have your support, and we have so much support for this issue in the region. It almost is overwhelming how many people are in this conversation and supportive of moving forward. So We're just continuing to make progress. I think just to elevate a couple of areas, if we talk about metrics, I wanted to bring forward just a number of the projects that Placer County is moving the needle on. At our board this month, our board did relaunch the Workforce Housing Preservation Program. So this is an incentive program. It does give money to our workers who are looking to purchase a home. In exchange for that, we are getting a deed restriction on that property into the future. So we have housed 7 households with that program. We've relaunched it. As of yesterday, the board did approve an additional $3 million towards that program over 3 years. So that's pretty significant. Our TOT TBID dollars really getting put to good use there. So the Lease to Locals program, I think you've all heard about that, but that's a rental incentive. We've housed 73 households since the start of that program. This is a transitional program, a rental incentive program, but really a transitional program to help people get into the region and use the other tools that we have to potentially purchase homes into the future. We're working on a new workforce housing development incentive. So we really are focused on trying to encourage smaller scale development in our region. And so we're looking at some other options that we're hearing through our business community and some of the development interests around housing, putting that together. We are working on the Dollar Creek Crossing project, 110 new units there in the Dollar Hill area that the county's been focused on for a number of years. So that's really, I think, just the projects and sort of programs, our partnerships. You know, we with your support, just amended our Tahoe Basin area plan, working with you on the Tahoe Living Working Group. So a lot of really great partnership just with TRPA and the policy discussions there. Madam Gustafson, she mentioned our work with the Mountain Housing Council. We have also joined the Tahoe Truckee Workforce Housing Agency. So another really great agency that we have that was formed for members of special districts within the Tahoe Truckee area. We, along with the town of Truckee and Nevada County, have joined that organization, really leaning in on the work that they're doing. And then excited to announce the launch of the Tahoe Housing Hub. We are not members of that, but we are very supportive. They are working on the ADU and some of the ADU programs. So it's just a ton of effort, like I mentioned, and support and your continued support. It was mentioned, and it's in your resolution, the importance of housing to achieve our VMT reduction goals. I think that's really important to elevate with housing. Housing and transportation, like I said, is really connected. Having people in our region really reduces the amount that they're driving in and supporting our businesses. So I do have a metric for you here. 60% of our workforce is driving in the North Tahoe area is driving in from other points outside of the region. So that's pretty significant. If we can house them in the region, that does move the needle on VMT. So with that, I'll close, but I just wanted to be here to support your staff and to support your leadership in this area. We are very focused on it at Placer, and just happy to be coordinated with your team.
Thank you, Stephanie.
You're welcome.
Are there other members of the public that would like to address the board? Okay, then we'll go to those online.
Madam Chair, we have one hand raised so far. Ann Nichols, please unmute to make your comments.
Yeah, hi, Ann Nichols, North Tahoe Preservation Alliance. What I would like to see elevated in the resolution is exactly how much TRPA is really responsible for in this effort. And, you know, a frank discussion of the projects that TRPA has approved that are not supportive of affordable housing, like, in, 947 East Shore, or the 947 in Incline, the 39 degrees East Shore, 39 degrees North Shore, the Beach Club, all these things that are just luxury condominiums. So let's, if we came out and it wasn't so PR, it was just honest assessment of how things are going, perhaps a reciting of what policies you're changing that will promote affordable housing, like getting rid of the two-step, making a limit on STRs. People all over the world are limiting STRs, but the TRPA is not. And I really like Cody's thing on the individual responsibilities of the counties. Like Washoe County has really done nothing for affordable housing. We're the mansion town, realtor for 50 years. I mean, that's what it is. But anyway, I think patting yourselves on the back is probably not really appropriate right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nichols. Are there other commenters online?
There are no other hands raised to comment, Madam Chair.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board then, close the public comments. And if there's no other comments by the board, yes.
I'll make one very quickly just to address one of the things that was just said. And that is that the 941, 947 project included the first inclusionary housing ever in the Tahoe Basin. So 10% of those units and a parcel of land devoted only for affordable housing were included as part of that. So it's not everything, but it's the most that we've ever gotten. And it was the start. And later today, if you will join, well, no, actually it's on this agenda. It's not on the RPC, but we are going to be approving more inclusionary requirements for around the lake to put those practices into place for the whole basin and not just that one project. So we are trying. We do run into a lot of opposition, and I would say that some of the people who chastise us for our work are some that we fight against on these things. Producing affordable housing is expensive and it's difficult, and housing has to go somewhere, and that's where we run into problems because there's always someone who's impacted by it, and they come and they fight us on every single project. So we're all going to have to give to solve this problem. Every single person in this basin is going to have to put a little skin in the game and give a little something so that we can solve this problem. And that's what I would ask of the public. And we're taking our first steps, or we're not our first steps, but we're taking some steps today. And we've already done phase 1, phase 2, and then we're going to be working on phase 3 to try to really make a big impact. So join us at RPC too for more if you dare.
Yeah. And just to further your comments, I appreciate the resolution because I see it as a call to action to do more, not to pat ourselves on the back. There are things happening that we need to continue to support, recognize, and see how many things aren't happening. So that's how I see the final part of the resolution, that we're committed to protecting the environment, supporting our communities, and making housing more affordable. So just make sure we didn't read the whole thing, but at least what we're committing to with this. So do I have a motion?
So moved.
Can you read that language?
Oh, okay.
John likes us to read that exactly.
I didn't know this one required all that. All right. A motion to adopt resolution 2024 recognizing the environmental and community benefits of supporting affordable housing for all.
Thank you. And Maria, will you call the roll?
Ms. Alding,
Yes.
Mr. Bass,
Yes.
Ms. Bowman,
Yes.
Ms. Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Ms. Dis,
Yes.
Ms. Faustinos,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Mr. Henignan,
Yes.
Ms. Hales,
Yes.
Ms. Lane, Mr. Settlemeyer, Ms. Loomer,
Yes.
Ms. Williamson, Ms. Gustafson.
Yes, with the passion I had for the solar as well.
Madam Chair, the motion.
Maybe more so with housing. But I thank you very much. And with that, John, you had an item here that on 9C. Did you have an announcement on this one?
So board members, item 9C is the technical clarification of the housing or phase 2 housing ordinance amendments, specifically code of ordinances section, et cetera, regarding I'll stop there. Staff would request that we continue this item, and here's why. We got a comment in yesterday afternoon from the Mountain Area Preservation Fund or Foundation that expressed some concern regarding numbers of bonus units. And we want to make certain before we move forward that we have a clear understanding with them as to the accounting of bonus units to make certain that we're all on the same page. We are, as we know, we're in litigation with MAP over the phase 2 housing requirements, and we want to make certain that they understand our accounting system and that, quite honestly, that we have our numbers straight. So we strongly suggest that we continue this item. It will not result in any loss of opportunity for affordable housing projects or deed restricted housing projects to move forward. Essentially the two items that we talked about that are addressed here are the requirement to get the bonus for coverage. You need to be tied into a stormwater collection system. That's already how we interpret that. And then second is the distribution of bonus units within affordable, moderate, and achievable. And there are no projects coming forward in the short time that'll take us to work this out. So we recommend that the board continue this item.
Okay, with that, do we?
You need to
Want
have
a
a motion
motion?
because you've already approved the agenda,
Okay,
but a motion to continue.
and
that
so
we
this
should.
came up after we approved the agenda this afternoon.
It was essentially, we've been looking through the public comments. We just
Okay.
want to make certain that
Okay,
it's there. I suggest that you make a motion and then have public comment and any discussion that you want.
okay.
So moved, or make a motion to
Continue the.
continue this
Excuse me.
agenda item 9C. Got to put my
To
glasses on.
continue that. Okay, so before I call for the vote on this, some in the audience have driven quite a ways to be here, maybe for this item. So if you'd like to address the board, we won't be taking action other than to continue it. So we would invite you back. But since you're here, I think we should offer that opportunity also to those online.
Oh, there we go. Hi, Emily Setzer, Principal Planner with Placer County. Thank you. We welcome the opportunity to be here to speak to you today and to collaborate with your wonderful staff on the Tahoe Living Working Group. We've really appreciated that opportunity to collaborate as a region on TRPA code changes to facilitate workforce housing. We appreciate the efforts made in the phase 2 amendments to reconsider the coverage requirements for deed restricted housing. However, for East Placer County, we're a little challenged. We are unable to utilize those coverage benefits in our region because our area only has one small active stormwater treatment area. And that is what is required in order to take advantage of those higher coverage percentage requirements. And as you know, to design and implement stormwater treatment systems is a substantial infrastructure project that does not happen quickly. And so we would not likely be able to undertake that at the scale needed to meet our regional housing needs. The current coverage requirements for multifamily housing do not allow multifamily developments to be feasible in many cases and will likely prohibit the type of development we'd like to see in the future, including even the duplex, triplex, fourplex, missing middle types of housing. Right now, East Placer needs 1,800 units up to 245% of area median income, which came out of our most recent Truckee Tahoe, North Tahoe, or Truckee Tahoe workforce housing needs assessment. So we look forward to continuing to work with the Tahoe Living Working Group into the phase 3 cycle of its amendments to come up with creative solutions that
would help refine coverage requirements for all deed restricted units, not just those utilizing the TRPA bonus units. Placer County does issue our own deed restrictions as well. And so we hope we could create feasible alternative mechanisms to facilitate housing development while also maintaining the environmental thresholds for the lake that we all cherish. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Setzer. Ms. Aller, would you like to address the board? And thank you for being here today.
Okay, good afternoon, TRPA governing board members. My name is Alexis Aller, Executive Director of Mountain Area Preservation. I appreciate your dedicated time and attention to the Phase 2 housing code changes and also reading our comments and addressing those at a later date. Since I did drive, I'm going to go ahead and make my public comments, especially with those VMTs that I wasted. Okay, so MAP supports the 50% affordable housing requirement for the bonus units, as well as the stormwater treatment facility clarification as presented in your staff report. We outlined these two items and additional concerns in our February 9th legal complaint filed on the Phase 2 housing amendments. While these changes are being labeled as technical fixes, they represent much more. They are the written assurance that Tahoe's workforce will have 50% of the remaining bonus units dedicated to affordable. And this is significant to address, and it's significant for the basin needs, as more than 50% of the need is 80% AMI and less. The other item I'd like to address with the board is the remaining bonus units and the lack of clarity that MAP and likely the public have with what remains. We addressed this in our comment letter submitted to you yesterday and are now here to ask in person for an accurate accounting of the units. Since the approval of the Phase 2 housing codes, the charts illustrating the number of bonus units have varied. Fuzzy numbers for development are never good. We are specifically asking for how many residential units have been built, permitted, and reserved out of the total 1,124 residential bonus units available as of December 24th, 2018. This should include the specific development and application who has built the units or obtained the units and reservations identifying information. Additionally, we would like to clarify how TRPA labels the units as outlined in our letter. From the public perspective, the number of bonus units that may benefit from the Phase 2 amendments has been a moving target. Without a clear and accurate information and accounting, it is impossible for the public to understand what will come forward in the bonus units and for the Phase 2 amendments. Thank you again for considering our comments, and we urge you to approve the critical changes before you and also provide an updated and clear accounting of the bonus units so that you as governing board members can be clear on what is left to be built and the public at large understands what will come forward for Tahoe. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Aller. Are there any other members of the public here in the room? Not seeing any, so we'll go to those online.
Madam Chair, we have one hand raised online. Ann Nichols, please unmute to make your comments.
Yeah, hi, Ann Nichols, North Tahoe Preservation Alliance. You know, really, maybe instead of fighting us, Vince, sometimes you should listen to us because we were worried about all of this with the Phase 2 housing amendments. You know, sometimes we have good input that would be helpful and we could avoid lawsuits, but apparently that's not the way things are going to be. So, and my other big concern is achievable, you know, North Tahoe Community Alliance, all kinds, the term affordable housing, deed restricted, workforce housing is being thrown around. What does it mean? TRPA needs a definition of workforce housing, which as I understand it, does not include achievable. And but North Tahoe Community Alliance, it does. You know, so what are we talking about? Can we all please be on the same page with this? What are the definitions? So that we can know when you're divvying all these and things up, who's going to get what. So anyway, I appreciate that you're re-looking at things, but if at the end, when you're doing these approvals at hearings, we can't understand John Hester, he's very soft-spoken, you're doing things on the fly, we don't know what's written, you're not clearly delineating the decisions. And then it seems like you go back and start writing things up. So I'd appreciate it if there was more time taken and the public could comment on what your final decisions are. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nichols. I don't see any other hands raised. Catherine, are there?
There are no other hands raised to comment.
Okay, then I'll come back to the board. We have a motion on the table to continue this item. And well, yes, Ms. Aldine?
Question. I unfortunately was not at the meeting in December. And so I don't know what was stated on the record. I read the minutes, but obviously this is to address some misunderstandings regarding the allocation of these bonus units. But it seems to me in the course of our conversation, we're talking about how important it is to provide housing for firemen, police officers, medical personnel, and they fall generally into the achievable category. We're giving 3 bites at the apple for affordable, 2 bites at the apple for moderate, and potentially no bites at the apple for achievable. And I have a problem with that. And I don't know what was discussed. As I say, I didn't attend that meeting, but I'm just afraid that we're not giving sufficient attention to that category. And 120% of median income is not a lot of money in this day and age, given inflation, that we may be freezing out the very people that we wanted to assist because they are providing vital services to our community. So during the course of reconsidering everything, I don't know if we can take that under advisement. I know you're probably tired of kind of analyzing and reanalyzing these things, but I just wanted to get that on the record because I am concerned that we may end up at the end of the day with no achievable housing units using bonus units.
Sure.
You want to clarify that?
Sure.
So just to give you a little bit of rationale, how we got to where we are. Originally, we didn't have that strict of a limit on the amount of achievable housing that could satisfy. I think we're getting some feedback off yours. That could qualify for the achievable definition, but there was a lot of community concern about the lack of an income cap as well on that. And so, but then we also had support for a lack of an income cap from Placer and other counties that wanted to be able to house some of their workforce in Tahoe. And so we kind of came up with this negotiation of reducing the percentage of units that would qualify just as a little bit of a safeguard for the community to help reduce their concern about that. That's how we got to that number. We also, sadly, the other part where we, negotiated and bowed to community pressure is these other mixed use areas where we put this limitation on building multifamily units in these areas unless they were on a publicly maintained stormwater management system. And that was largely from listening to groups like MAP and the League, and now everyone's suing us. So it's just kind of showing that you can't win ever, no matter what you do, even trying. So that's how we got to where we are today with those numbers, for better or worse.
Vince, I'm wondering, I kind of vaguely recall, I understand the concern about achievable. But I always thought that it was housing units that are deed restricted achievable require at least one of the following criteria to be met. Didn't we talk about having it be, either income based is definitely a requirement, and then and you either have to be, somebody who's employed in the basin for at least 30 hours, or you have to be a retired person who has lived in a deed restricted unit in the Tahoe Basin for more than 7 years. In other words, the income component was mandatory, but it was coupled with one of those 2 other categories. And I thought that was discussed at some time.
No, we do not have an income limit. The requirement is that you have to live and work in the basin.
Well, looking at achievable housing units that are deed restricted achievable require at least one of the following criteria. That's right, but I would amend it to say that you include that income category, but then you couple it with one of these other two requirements. And that way people would, that would address the concern that we're just, people can be very wealthy and they've lived in the basin in a deed restricted unit for years, and so they can remain, or they work 30 hours a week and they are also eligible regardless of their income. I
Well,
don't want to
I don't think we can make that change right now, but that's something we.
Let's have a discussion on that because clearly that is an issue. I can tell you on North Shore with the cost of housing and our concerns. When you get into anything beyond the deed restricted at affordable, now you're asking people, and as we do now with our affordable housing, we have to have them comply with proving their income every year. So anybody who we are helping buy a home, which is where we really saw that need, we don't want to be going back year after year. As long as they're working for a local employer and they're willing to agree to a deed restriction that they will sell to somebody who's also going to work for a local employer, we're not worried that they may be a doctor who progresses through their career, or they may be a firefighter that becomes the chief. Because they are living with that deed restriction. They can't buy out of it without paying a significant amount of money back into the system. So there's a lot of discussion on this that I think, obviously the public is still concerned. We're concerned as well. We've gotten a lot of letters on it, and I think it's worthy of a longer discussion again to remind us why and what are the parameters under which income should be used and when income maybe isn't the bigger factor. So I can tell you our deputy sheriffs right now, we are at 50% vacancy in Placer County, in Eastern County, because of the housing issue. And so even though we give them a stipend and they are well paid and well compensated. So it's a public safety issue, very significantly.
Poor thing, Madam Chair. We keep talking about the evils of the two-step subdivision process, but that enables some of these affordable housing units to be sold to people who qualify financially, right? And homeownership is something that everybody dreams of, especially as prices, tend to increase and interest rates soar and they become less and less achievable. So I don't look at this two-step subdivision process as only benefiting the wealthy. I think it can also benefit affordable housing occupants.
Absolutely. Okay. So I think we're at roll call vote on continuing the item for much more discussion. That was on a continuation motion, but I think it's good to point out those concerns and many others that we've heard expressed. So I appreciate that. Maria.
Mr. Bass,
Yes.
Miss Alding,
Yes.
Miss Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Miss Bowman,
Yes.
Miss Faustinos,
Yes.
Miss Dis,
Yes.
Mr. Henigman,
Yes.
Miss Hill,
Yes.
Miss Lane, Miss Hales,
Yes.
Miss Loomer,
Yes.
Mr. Settlemeyer, Miss Williamson, Miss Gustafson.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes.
Okay, thank you very much. And Ms. Dis, before you turn off your camera, since we have governing board member reports coming up in a couple items, but we have somebody on film right now. I just thought maybe we could be introduced.
Absolutely. When the time, I don't want to jump ahead, but if it's, I will wait.
No, you're on
She's-
now.
she's-
So just lower
Okay.
your camera a bit and we'll get to say hello.
This
Oh,
is Evangeline. She is 8 weeks old as of yesterday.
yay, congratulations. What a sweetie. Look at that head of hair.
Yeah. She's very
Great.
chatty
Well,
right now.
Thank you. I had to divert, being a grandmother with a 4-month-old, I have to divert to those photos. Okay, so now we'll move back to reports, item 10 on our agenda. And I'm going to pass this to Julie Reagan, our
Great.
Executive Director, for her report.
Thank you. And we want Evie to be able to buy a house in Tahoe when she's able to. So we're gonna keep that passion alive. Well, afternoon, we are finishing very close to on time. This is Julie Reagan, TRPA's Executive Director. I have a few announcements, a couple of items I wanted to draw to your attention. We do have a legal report, and then just process-wise, we'll finish up the official board meeting, and then we will take a quick break, very quick, and then move into the Regional Planning Committee for the last committee and the last session of the day. So my first slide really is reflecting on where we sit today with Earth Week. And I did send you all an email with all the events that are taking place around the basin. But I wanted to ground it in just some of the actions that you took today around that solar project. What a great way to celebrate Earth Day with history in the making with South Tahoe Public Utility District's project that you approved. We are going to hear some issues around our climate, a smart code, and some other issues about mixed use improvements for our development standards here at the basin, and our threshold updates, which you will hear in the committee of the Regional Planning Committee, and looking at improvements that we're making to protect wetlands, Tahoe yellowcrest, an endemic species here in Lake Tahoe, and invasive species standards. So connecting up what we're doing on the environmental side, we thought was just good to remind you with Earth Day here in the mix. And there are a ton of events going on. I also want to give a tip of the hat to the city of South Lake Tahoe. Just on Earth Day this year, after I think over a year since the city council took action, a ban on single-use plastic water bottles, small water bottles, took effect in the basin. So that's groundbreaking here locally. And Drink Tahoe Tap is something we've been talking about for a long time, and we're going to continue to promote the best water on the planet in Lake Tahoe. We had Tahoe Truckee Earth Day last weekend, and our team is out in force at these events. And we've got South Lake Tahoe at the college this weekend, and we'll also be participating with the Washoe Tribe at their Earth Day Festival in Carson City coming up on May 4th. Another significant milestone for today is that it is Administrative Professionals Day, and we have some recognition to do. So I'm going to get up and go to the podium. We are going to recognize some of our team members that are the backbone support that make TRPA function. And you've heard from me in other presentations that if you think back, I'll think back to my waitressing days, there's the front of the house and the back of the house. And, I worked in the front of the house, but if you forget the people in the back of the house, it all goes downhill. And these administrative professionals that we're recognizing are part of the front of the house and the back of the house. So they actually do double duty, as many of our team members pitch in with administrative functions. But today, special recognition is going to Maria, Tracy, Judy, Jessica, Kayla, and Catherine. So I'm actually going to invite them all to come up here. And I was thinking, Jeff, we could take a picture with the board in the background. And our first, we have certificates that say, this is for Maria Ambler, for your dedication and service to Lake Tahoe and the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency on Administrative Professionals Day. And so come on up. Let's give Maria a round of applause. Hang it right there. Our next one, thank you, Angela, is for Tracy Campbell, also for your dedication and service to Tahoe and the TRPA. To Judy Failer. In addition to her exquisite tater tots that she makes every week, we are thanking you for your dedication and service. Right? Not at all. Judy has great longevity with the agency as well. This is for Jessica Gillis. Jessica, also for your dedication and service, not only to TRPA as a whole, but also the hearings officer meetings, which often get overlooked. So thanks for your great expertise. And to Kayla Horowitz for your dedication and for making our front desk lobby a very welcoming and professional environment. All right, so, and then we have, of course, Catherine Houston Houston, we did not have much of a problem today. So thank you for your dedication and service and for helping these board meetings function so professionally. And then shall we take a picture? Can we face with the board at that time?
Yeah, that's what I want them to face this way.
Okay.
Lined up here.
You do it.
Is that okay?
Mhm.
Come on up here. Stand right.
Thanks for all that you do for us. And we are going to lunch on Friday. But wait, there's more. Okay. Couple of other quick items before we move into our legal report. It is open nominations period for Best in Basin. And we're in the 31st round, 31st year of projects. We do that every 2 years where we recognize projects for outstanding environmental design. And our nominations are due May 17th. So trpa.org or .gov is the place to go for great projects that we want to recognize in front of you in the coming months. We are very excited to announce National Outdoor Recreation Conference. It's coming to Lake Tahoe the week of May 6th. And hundreds of people are coming from across the country to attend this conference at the new Tahoe Blue Event Center in State Line. And the conference includes 26 of our local Tahoe speakers and opening remarks by Herman Fillmore of the Washoe Tribe. And I'll be very honored to be a keynote panel on destination stewardship and talking about the destination stewardship plan that we are very busy implementing here in the basin. So it'll be an opportunity for the national spotlight to look at Lake Tahoe, that we share the challenges that many of you have heard today in public comment. Recreational destinations across the country are experiencing the same challenges that we are. And so hopefully we can learn from some of the best practices that are out there as well. I do want to announce we have a new staff member. She is out in the field today, but her name is Mackenzie Cook. She's our new invasive species outreach coordinator. This is not a new position. It just used to be housed at the Tahoe Resource Conservation District. And we're delighted that Mackenzie has joined our team. She is a UCLA grad. She lives in Truckee and will be really getting busy with our invasive species outreach, particularly in light of New Zealand mud snails being in the lake and stepping up our non-motorized outreach and education. And so we're delighted that she joined our team just recently. You've heard a couple of other public comments through the day and online. There were just a couple of things I wanted to mention. A couple of members asked me about Zephyr Cove. Was something on the agenda today because we got a lot of comments. And the Forest Service supervisor was here earlier. There was nothing on the agenda, as now you know, but Zephyr Cove, the Forest Service re-upped the permit with Aramark, and they are looking at changes to the Zephyr Cove Resort. They are taking over Logan Shoals, Zephyr Shoals, which is adjacent to Zephyr Cove Beach. That was a site of terrible trash last summer, July 4th. And that is now going under their management. Hopefully, we will not have that situation happen again this summer. But they are looking to make changes there, and they had a community meeting. And so it has spurred a lot of conversation in the community. And our staff are working very hard. And we've submitted a letter to the Forest Service to put, on their attention and to put on their radar screen some of our desires and the need for compliance with our MOUs and with our regional plan. So wanted to let you know that's in the works. Motel 6 we talked about last month, but I did want to tie back to the first Operations and Governance Committee meeting this morning. You released mitigation funds. And $3.5 million of mitigation funds went to that Motel 6 acquisition. And I really am proud of our team for all the work that they did to support the Conservancy and all the partners that worked so hard on that. And we'll give you updates as we get them about the future development and restoration of that site, the restoration of the Motel 6 property. Okay, so a couple more things. Just another slide. Also, we've heard a lot of comment over the last year on fire evacuation. You heard it again today in the Washoe County Area Plan discussion. So we have some good news. Like, we have taken this public comment to heart. We all share that urgent need for evacuation planning, and we won a federal grant in the amount of $1.7 million. It's called the Protect Grant, and it is to improve our evacuation preparedness and regional coordination, as well as our communications infrastructure. So it stands for promoting resilient operations for transformative, efficient, and cost-saving transportation. So we're just at the very beginning stages, but a big shout out to our staff, to Kira Richardson and Kat McIntyre and many others who worked very hard to put this application together. And our congressional delegation is very pleased that Tahoe is getting these funds because we share those concerns and we want to improve that regional coordination around evacuation. So here's a tangible example of us listening to the community, doing something about it, and we think that we can make some improvements in this area. And then the last announcement is around the Lake Tahoe Restoration Act. I mentioned this in my report last month, but I wanted to give you the actual numbers that are in the budget. When you hear stories in Washington about possible government shutdown and are we going to get a budget deal or not, we had such an incredible delegation. I was so pleased that Commissioner Hales was able to join in Washington. Team Tahoe, a record amount of participation, talking to our members of Congress and staff and raising the profile of Tahoe on Capitol Hill. Sometimes you get lost that we have issues in this budget. And so I wanted to show you the breakdown of the 30.9 million that we will be receiving. That number may be less than 30 million because the water infrastructure for fire protection line there in the fourth bullet says up to 10 million. And so year over year, that varies, and it's only been about 1 or 2 million in the past. But at the very least, we're going to get more than 20 million and potentially up to 30 million in those various categories. And then the term earmarks, congressionally designated funds and projects were also included in that budget deal. And Tahoe did very well. And we have 5 million to continue implementing the 28 corridor. I contacted Secretary Aguilar to make sure that he was aware of that because he's been very passionate about improving that corridor for safety and water quality and the recreation experience. And so the Tahoe Transportation District and a whole host of partners, including NDOT and many others, are working on that. There's research money for the Desert Research Institute, water infrastructure money for South Tahoe and North Tahoe Public Utility Districts. So it's really important, and we are still working to get the Restoration Act extended another 10 years so that we can keep those funds coming. And then I know that you like to know what's coming next and what's coming down the line. So I wanted to give you a quick heads up. These are tentative, the agendas do change, but right now, this is what we're looking at in the coming months for May. Of course, the big ticket item is our strategic planning session with you. We have a 2-day meeting. The first day will be here on Wednesday, and on Thursday, I am very pleased to announce we'll be at Fallen Leaf Lake at Stanford Camp, which is a beautiful setting to have some quality time together to talk about strategic planning, our priorities, and the future. But also in May, on that first day, we're going to be bringing, assuming that the Regional Planning Committee makes a recommendation, we'll be bringing some updates to our very critical environmental thresholds and improving those environmental natural resource protections. A lot of you have asked about microplastics. We've had a lot of commentary in the media about microplastics. So we're going to invite the science community to come and give you the latest state of knowledge around microplastics so that we can keep you up to date on what might be out there and policy considerations for you. We'll be officially kicking off the regional transportation plan with a briefing to the board and then bringing our climate dashboard. And I really want to thank those board members that have taken a deep dive and have helped us with that. And so thanks to Alex and Ashley and others that have looked at that to make it as good as it can be. And we'll give a presentation to you in May on that, and then we'll have our retreat. And then in June, as we know, fire season really is ongoing, but it really ramps up in the summer with warming temperatures. So we'll be bringing you an overall forest health update. And Homewood is bringing forward a forest health restoration project that will be decoupled from their master plan amendment, which we are awaiting a revised application for their project and master plan revision. But we are separating out for your consideration a hazardous fuels project permit because we want them to be able to get started to bolster fire protection over on the West Shore. And then our climate code will come back. And then in June, also, you'll be looking at our work plan and budget. So we'll start the conversation around work plan and budget in May, and then you'll be acting on that in June. So wanted just to give you that picture of what's coming up. And I believe that would be a wrap for me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Our council, wise council, do you have a report?
It's kind of like what I already did that joke.
Oh.
The wise blood joke doesn't really kind of falls flat with it. Anyway. Yes, I'm going to talk about two items. The first one is we have three outstanding challenges to, well, two now, but three challenges to cell phone towers. We had the Garmong case, which was dismissed, and now they are potentially seeking review in the Supreme Court. Should be getting their petition for a writ of certiorari soon. I don't think that has a great chance to be granted, but you never know. The Eisenstecken litigation over the ski run tower is sitting with the district court in Sacramento and federal court, awaiting a decision. And just yesterday, we received a judgment and order of judgment in our favor in the Miller case, which was a challenge to the increased depth of excavation of the ski run tower, cell tower. So Mr. Miller has a period of time in which to appeal to the Ninth Circuit on that case. The other case I wanted to talk about is the Supreme Court's decision in the Sheets case. I don't know if some of you tracked that or not, but it was Sheets versus the County of El Dorado. And in that case, the very narrow legal issue was, does the Nolan-Dolan nexus and rough proportionality standards apply to legislative impact fees? And the Supreme Court decided unanimously that it does, but they didn't decide whether or not the actual fee in question was did not have a close enough nexus and rough proportionality to make it constitutional. They remanded that back to the California courts. We discussed at the legal committee this morning a bit about the potential impact for our fees. I don't see any immediate concern. What we'll be doing is watching as that line of cases is developed through the lower courts to see how, when Nolan-Dolan is applied to legislative fees as opposed to project-specific impact fees, whether or not there's a change in that analysis, and is there something that we need to do in terms of our mitigation fees. That does, though, raise the question, the Sheets case, just in general about takings cases. And something that the court has decided, 2 or 3 takings cases in the last couple weeks. The other 2 are not really relevant to TRPA, so I won't report on them. But what it does make me remember is when I first came on the job here, I'm sorry for a little war story, we were facing 5 or 6 takings cases. And through the good works of our own counsel, the California Attorney General's office and the Nevada Attorney General's office, we're able to defeat all those and prevail in all those cases, or settle the ones in which we might have some vulnerability. seems to be a renewed, maybe it's because of the composition of the Supreme Court, but a renewed interest in pushing takings litigation. And so I think it's important for us, although we may have disagreements with some of our partners, like the California Attorney General's office, for example, they provide us with critical background and backing when we get to these taking cases. And they have done a pretty amazing job in the past with their own work and with TRPA in partnership. And with that, I could answer any questions.
Any questions?
I just had a question on the Supreme Court chances on the cell phone towers. Can you, I'm guessing you can't opine on any of that, but.
Oh, I can opine.
Okay.
May not be worth much.
Okay.
It does.
So is it, are we still waiting to see if the Supreme Court will actually take the cases or?
It's one case and it's the Garmon case, and they got an extension to file their original petition to ask for Supreme Court review. It's, as you know, it's the Supreme Court decides their docket for the most part, and they have yet to file their petition, but they requested an extension of time to file it. So we assume that they're going to file something because otherwise would not have requested time. And the chance of that being granted, is, we haven't seen it yet, but is relatively small, given that there doesn't appear to be an issue regarding like a split in a circuit or any great constitutional issue.
John, I had a question. I mean, what would be the remedy, right? The tower's been built. I mean, I understand Mr. Gamong wants to pursue this as far as he can take it. But I mean, given the fact that I mean, what remedy is available to him?
In general, in these kind of review cases, the remedy is to remand for another decision point. And so all of his, I don't think in his claims, there was no particular deal killer. Like you couldn't say you can't make that finding. It was whether or not there was an evidentiary basis to make the finding. And so staff would present again the decision as to whether or not to approve the cell tower. If so, the board could say no, the cell tower can't be there, and then we'd have to figure out how to bring it down. So that's a theoretical possibility. But the tower's already been built, and he didn't seek injunctive relief before it was built.
And it hasn't fallen down at his house as he was postulating it might.
No.
Maybe it still causes him angst and consternation when he walks by it. But I mean, those were the two, allegedly the direct impacts on him as the plaintiff, weren't they?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So the bigger issue, and you and I have talked about this, is, some people think that the FCC is the most captured agency at the federal level. So the big question is, with the emergence of 5G and the preponderance, there's a lot of evidence to suggest that electromagnetic radiation is a potential health problem. And I know you and I have kind of chatted about this, but are there any other cell tower applications in the queue?
I don't, Catherine. I know that we were looking at the total number of cell tower permits. Did that capture the number of any applications that might be in the queue?
No, that was approved permits through October.
I don't have a ready list of applications. We haven't seen that many new cell towers. Most of what we're seeing are antennas, 5G antennas that are put on buildings, small cell.
Right.
And I don't know if we have any pending applications or not, but we can get that information to you.
Okay, that would be cool. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Okay, then we'll move on.
I had a quick question for Mr. Marshall. I think I brought this up maybe a year or so ago around, the cell tower issue and really trying to force co-location and trying to look at the Tahoe Basin and really like pre-plan where these towers can even be. And I'm just curious, have we looked into that as far as just creating, here's where you have to put them? When I thought about this a year or so ago, I figured the national park must do something similar when Verizon and AT&T and T-Mobile want to converge on a national park. So I think it would be an interesting policy to explore for the Tahoe Basin.
There was an effort some years ago to try to, I think it was primarily on the South Shore, but maybe including the basin, to come up with a map. One of the biggest issues was the individual cell tower companies or service providers were very reluctant to give out their proprietary and information regarding where they thought they needed cell towers and which locations they may be pursuing. So that effort kind of fell apart. And I think Julie, I don't know if you were involved in that, if you wanted to add anything more
Sure.
to that.
Happy to. Julie Reagan here, TRPA Director. And thank you, Cody, for asking. We did have a community-wide coalition that was looking at that. We couldn't get it done. And then we looked at it as part of our overall work plan last year and did not have the resources to do a big planning initiative for that. Certainly willing to talk about that, but the demand has diminished, as General Counsel Marshall said. There may be some active conversations at local jurisdictions level, but we haven't had those big applications coming through. So we're still monitoring it, and we're still in touch with our partners in the community that are looking at that. But I don't think there's anything new else to report at this point.
Okay. Yeah, I think, we've lived through our cell phone issues in the city, and so I'm familiar with it, and with the FCC rulings that they have a 60-day shot clock and deemed approved and all of those things. And I just wonder, it seems like the land use authority has the ability to force them to co-locate. And I know they don't like to, they don't want to, they don't, they want to own their own towers, but I just feel that it's an important issue, and maybe something that we should look at. Because
and we do have policies. And we do, I should have said that, Cody, that we do have co-location policies in place currently that we work towards.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions, board members? Okay, then we'll go to committee report, or I'm sorry, governing board reports next. Are there any governing board members with reports? Any other? Yes, Mr.
I don't have
Bass?
as much of a report as I would like to see about a future policy discussion, being that it's Earth Day and our 1-year anniversary and about to enforce the plastic water bottle ban. I would like to see the TRPA look at a plastic water bottle ban across the basin. I think as we look at microplastics and the effect on them, I think it should be a basin-wide policy, and I think we should take a look at that, and maybe our strategic retreat could be a time for it. But I'm hoping to try to make that retreat, because I had a major conflict. But any which way, I really believe that we should consider this policy across the basin.
Thank you, Mr. Bass. Yes. Mrs.
Just quickly,
Conrad
Ashley
Sega.
Conrad Seda for the record. I'm going to miss our retreat next month, and I'm really bummed to miss it, but I'll look forward to hearing the outcomes of the discussion. But I'll be back east that Wednesday through Friday. So I'll miss the board meeting, the retreat, and the bi-state collaboration. So I'm sorry to miss it all, and I'll see you all in June.
Thank you. Great, thank you. I'm not seeing other board members with reports. And so we'll go to committee reports. Agenda item 12. Is there anything from local government, legal, operations and government, EIP, transportation, or regional planning committee? And I don't see any hands going up for any of the committees to add any reports. Okay, so now is our time for our final public comment. This is general public interest comment period. Any member of the public wishing to address the governing board on any item listed or not listed on the agenda, including items from the consent calendar this morning, may do so at this time. Individuals or groups who have already commented on items listed on the agenda are not permitted to comment on that same topic. The governing board is prohibited by law from taking any immediate actions or on discussing the issues raised by the public during this comment period. So if you are here in public, here in the room, please come to the podium. And if you're online and would like to address the board, please raise your hand so we can call on you. I don't see any members of the public here in the room, and I do see at least one hand up. So Catherine?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The hand raised is Evan Dreyer. Evan, please unmute to address the board.
Good afternoon, everyone. I really appreciate the time. My name is Evan Dreyer. I'm the lead organizer of the Tahoe Lead Removal Project. We're a community effort that is intent on taking out the 8+ miles of inactive lead cables that stretch from Baldwin Beach to Rubicon Bay. We originally started as a neighborhood effort, neighbors in the Tahoe area writing letters to AT&T and their legal representation. We were very excited when they said they would remove it. And even though they had to pull out of that deal, we still really respect and thank AT&T for everything they've done to secure the permits, which includes a permit from TRPA. So we'd really thank this board for granting that access. All we're trying to do is carry this project forward with the same third-party engineering firms. We're going to be looking to extend the permit, either that's already been granted or get a new permit in the months ahead. So really just wanted to introduce myself. Thank you for caring about this issue and having leadership on this issue last year by approving it. Look forward to discussing it, and would also say that we've got 470 people that have signed our petition. So we have a lot of public consensus to get this out, and we're looking forward to keep pushing and get the lead out. So thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. Are there any other hands raised?
Madam Chair, there are no other hands raised to comment.
Okay. We'll close the public comment period then, and I'd look for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. We're adjourning our governing board meeting at 3:25 p.m.